The Ministry of Labor and Social Security presents the Jamaica Productivity Center World Productivity Day Hybrid Forum 2023 under the theme, Paving Productivity
It's coming,
Pathways
ladies and
for a
gentlemen, not
Prosperous
to worry.
Nation. The Jamaica Productivity Center's World Productivity Day Hybrid Forum 2023 is presented by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security in association with the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission and Stewart's Auto.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jamaica Productivity Center's World Productivity Day Hybrid Forum. You may be seated for those of you in the room. It's the 20th anniversary celebration, and this event is being held in recognition, of course, for the global day itself. And of course, June 20 annually is celebrated as World Productivity Day. Now, today's theme is Paving Productivity Pathways to a Prosperous Nation. And of course, with productivity conversations and so many other presentations to take place, we're looking forward to those discussions. My name is Javon Keys, and the pleasure is absolutely mine to be your moderator. Of course, we're no strangers to productivity and productivity discussions here in Jamaica. Because if you're working hard, people say you're what? Productive. If you're not working hard enough, people say you need to be what? More? If it is that you need to do more things and the productivity is low, we're having those conversations, which means we're no strangers to discussions surrounding productivity. But today's discussion is even more important as we come out of the COVID-19 pandemic. We want to see how we improve productivity. We want to look at technology and tools to be used to help us do that. And of course, conversations surrounding artificial intelligence, AI, the threats, the realities, and of course, the advantages of the technology. So we are going to have those discussions today. Let me take the opportunity to welcome our Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr. Of course, Minister of State. Of course, you can go ahead and give that round of applause if you wish, as I call all the names. Our State Minister in the Ministry of Labor, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn. In her absence, let me also extend a welcome to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, and she has sent her apologies. Ambassador Desant Savadia, founder ICA, Konnichiwa Irishika, welcome and hello. Of course, our Chief Technical Director for the JPC, Mrs. Tamar Nelson, who is joining us online. Also, our participating experts, Ms. Adrienne Pinnock, Manager of Corporate Communications and Public Relations at the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, Jonathan Roberts, Production Manager, Creavia, Dr. Fernando Santiago, Industrial Policy Officer at the United Nations Industrial Policy Organization, Dr. Samuel Brathwaite, Lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Ms. Sharifa Powell, Consultancy Project Manager at the National Competitiveness Council at JAMPRO, other specially invited guests, todo el mundo, bienvenidos, la gente por el línea, all persons online from all over the world, we welcome you here to our Productivity Day celebration. Now at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I invite Mr. Colin Turner to conduct our official opening with Pearl. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make him welcome. He's the Senior Director of Technical Assistance Services of the Technical Assistance Services Unit at the JPC.
Thank you, Javon. I'm just going to ask everyone to bow your heads in prayer. You may stand or you may be seated where you are. Eternal Father, we want to thank you for your goodness. I want to thank you for allowing us to experience a new day with brightness and sunshine. I pray, dear Father, that as we assemble today, that you may bring your blessing on us. I pray, dear God, that as we assemble in this fashion to discuss the whole business of productivity, we pray for your guidance, we pray for your divine intervention. We pray that you help us to make the right decisions and to have the right conversations. As we progress through this day, Lord, I pray that you continue to bless the speakers, give them eloquence to deliver words of admonition where possible. And I pray, dear Lord, that you bless the entire function. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I want you to, ladies and gentlemen, tune your ears in for discussions surrounding productivity. And as we have these discussions, I want you to also think about your own definition of productivity, because we all have our own various definitions of what productivity looks like and how we can enhance that. And of course, we hope to add value to those thoughts as the conversation continues. At this time, though, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Mr. Anthony Hyde. He is the CEO of Airwatt Group of Companies, and he is going to do the introduction of, and he is going to make his way to give an overview of what today's event looks like. He also is the outgoing chairman of the JPC board and a proud productivity ambassador. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make him welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, we are probably going to do a little reshuffling. Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr., the State Minister in the Ministry of Labor, Minister Dunn. Our permanent secretary is unable to join us this morning as she's attending another meeting and tendered her policy. The outgoing members of the advisory board of the Jamaica Productivity Council Limited. I see the deputy chairperson here. I don't know if any other members are here. Are there any other members of the board here in attendance? Our Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Tamara Nelson, who is joining us online. We have a number of participating experts. Ms. Andrini Pinnock, Manager, Corporate Communications and Public Relations of Jamaica Council for Persons with Disability. Mr. Jonathan Roberts, Production Manager of Craver. Ambassador Deshaun Savadi, the CEO of Amber Group. Welcome. Dr. Fernando Santiago, Industrial Relations Officer, United Nations Industrial Policy Organization. Dr. Samuel Brathwaite, lecturer at the University of the West Indies. Other distinguished guests, persons joining us on radio and online. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you today to Jamaica Productivity's Center annual celebration of World Productivity Day. This day is recognized across the globe to raise awareness of emerging productivity matters and to highlight the strategies for improving efficiency. This day, however, is particularly special for the Jamaica Productivity Center. Today, we are celebrating our 20th year milestone. 20 years of productivity, education, advocacy, research, and consultation. Just a reminder of the primary role of the Jamaica Productivity Center, which is to improve efficiency within the public and private sector in an effort to making them more internationally competitive, and also to raise public awareness about productivity in Jamaica. As the celebration progresses, you will hear more about the specific achievements, programs, and events that characterizes the pathway of the JPC over the years. It has been a continuing, concerted effort to focus on people, partnership, and policies. And here, may I just emphasize, policies, extremely important. Policy is a critical determining factor of national productivity outcome, and I might just repeat that. Policy is a critical determining factor of national productivity outcomes. Our history tells the story quite well. In the 1950s and 60s, Jamaica saw an annual average increase in productivity of 3.9%. But in the 70s, we saw a dramatic decline. What caused the change? Policy. In the 50s and 60s, we pursued an industrialization policy, which resulted in real economic growth. In the 70s, the policy changed. The result was a massive flight of capital and a significant decline in productivity. I'm not picking a fight. And so let me make this point very clear. I don't believe any policymaker would make any policy to affect Jamaica. I don't think so. But policies can sometimes have unintended consequences. The JPC in its current role can assist in slowing the decline in productivity in the medium and long term. However, the most vital, the most important factor in improving productivity is economic growth. Jamaica needs to have a sustainable development policy to move up the value chain as well as to broaden our economic base. And if I might just pause a minute. We have seen where changing in policies creates massive flight of capital. It can result in serious loss of resources. If Jamaica were to put the policies in place that support economic development in the long term across administration, policies that were supported like an EPOC or an electoral reform committee, we could see economic growth in Jamaica that would probably result in balance of payment surplus of 10 to 15 billion US dollars annually. Can you imagine what that would do for the people of Jamaica? The young persons could have a focus in terms of their education as to where they're going, how to focus our educational policies. Can you imagine what it would do for health and what that could do for crime and our security forces? It is therefore, I believe, it is so important for Jamaica to achieve financial independence must be a passionately pursued prerequisite. I'd like to thank you. I also wanted to take the opportunity of thanking the outgoing board of JPC for their support to the organization, as well as the staff. You will notice that this morning there are a number of critical staff that are out, unavoidable, but we are still going on and we're still putting on this function. And I'd like to wish everybody a speedy recovery. Minister, I would like to wish you all the success in the world in your new undertaking. And unlike me, I'd like to ask you a favor, not for me. JPC, if allowed, could make your ministry the most efficient ministry in the public sector. And I'm asking that you give them some attention so that we can achieve that objective. I want to thank you all for coming this morning. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for our outgoing chairman, who said some very important points about ensuring that policy helps to drive productivity. And of course, the knock-on impact on economic growth when we ensure that productivity is optimal. And of course, that call for a sustainable development policy. In the same breath as we seek to advance the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and our own Vision 2030. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Now, as I said earlier, our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is unavoidably absent. However, our chief technical director in the Jamaica Productivity Center, Mrs. Tamar Nelson, will be giving her greetings. So Tamar will be extending greetings on behalf of the permanent secretary. And of course, Tamar is joining us online. But as we arrange for Tamar to come, a reminder to you as well that there are some items, for those of you at least here, you do have some items within your folders, and I want you to ensure that you're reading every bit because we have a few giveaways. As I said earlier, those of you who weren't here, there is the Slido application that we'd like for you to download, or you can go to the Slido website online. That is where we will take your questions, especially when we get to the couch conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome Tamar Nelson as she joins us online. Give her a clap. She can hear you, you know. There we go, Tamar.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr., State Minister of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Ambassador Dusian Saviada, founder of and CEO of Amber Group, outgoing chairman of the advisory board of the JPC, Mr. Anthony Hyde, outgoing members of the advisory board of the JPC, Ms. Tomoko Ashiara, the volunteer coordinator representing the resident rep for the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA, to the participating experts today, Adrian Pinnock from JCPD, Mr. Jonathan Roberts from Cravia, and Dr. Fernando Santiago, Industrial Policy Officer from the United Nations Industry Policy Organization, as well as our very own Dr. Samuel Brathwaite, lecturer at the University of the West Indies. Specially invited guests, team members, colleagues, good morning. It is with pleasure that I bring remarks for our permanent secretary, Mrs. Colette Roberts Risden, who sends her apology for being unavoidably absent. A key cornerstone of productivity and economic growth is innovation. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security recognizes the importance of innovation to drive efficiency across the public sector and to achieve our strategic objective of enhancing workplace efficiency. Through the work of the JPC, the ministry has made continual improvements over the years to processes to enable us to better serve our internal and external customers and stakeholders. So as we join the JPC in celebrating 20 years, it is an ideal time to reflect on some of these innovations and strategies that have supported the ministry's efforts to improve and to continuously improve its efficiency. Within recent years, just to create some perspective, we have gotten some support in 2021 to introduce the Energy Cap software that allows utility monitoring and measurement, which led to better management and improvement of efficiencies of utilities and therefore reducing waste and resulting in significant waste within the ministry. Currently, the JPC is also supporting the ministry in its efforts to optimize its payment process. This will streamline the procurement and accounts department's ability to meet the needs of its suppliers as well as internal and external stakeholders more effectively. This will establish a process model that can be adopted even across other ministries, departments, and agencies. There are even more projects that have demonstrated how the experts at JPC can provide effective recommendations for inventory management, for example. And as the ministry seeks to modernize its processes related to the work permit system, JPC has provided the necessary analysis tools and techniques to ensure that this digitization program will reflect the needs of the modern world of work and will meet international standards. The JPC has also advocated for the importance of innovation beyond the immediate operation of the ministry. And in 2021, the center launched its innovation competition. Since that launch, the ministry has been able to recognize and showcase the ideas of Jamaican businesses, students, and citizens to boost productivity within various sectors of the economy. Today, we recognize our third tranche of competition entrants who have submitted some transformative ideas related to education, technology, transportation, and even mental health. The ministry is in full support of the JPC's upcoming activities of research, training, and policy. Well done, JPC. We look forward to 20 more years.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Tamar Nelson, bringing remarks there on behalf of our permanent secretary and the ministry, the permanent secretary there, extending some big ups to the JPC team for the work that they're doing. But it was interesting to note the steps the ministry is also taking in its own backyard to ensure that they're boosting productivity with monitoring the use of energy and other areas. And it shows that productivity is cross-cutting. So every area you think of, you can realize productivity from. And we look forward to hearing much more about the work of the ministry and, by extension, the JPC throughout the day. At this time, though, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to turn your attention to the video screens as we stand by to hear some more from our Chief Technical Director in the JPC, Ms. Tamar Nelson. And just to let you know, she's been with the JPC over 15 years, and she was one of the initial members of the Technical Assistance Services Unit when it was established in 2009. But just before she gives her official presentation, I invite you to turn your attention to the video screens. And for those of you online, please pay keen attention to your screens as we have a presentation, 20 years at the JPC.
The dynamic landscape of productivity and efficiency, one organization has been a consistent partner in facilitating productivity and innovation in Jamaica. This is the story of the Jamaica Productivity Center, JPC. In 2003, the National Productivity Council embarked on a mission to ignite productivity and efficiency across Jamaica. With the support of the International Labour Organization, ILO, the council evolved into what is now known as the Jamaica Productivity Center. inception, the Jamaica Productivity Center has been committed to fostering a culture of productivity and innovation in various sectors of the Jamaican economy. In 2006, the JPC launched its internship program, providing students with a unique opportunity to learn about productivity during their summer breaks. During the challenging times of the Great Recession in 2007, the JPC collaborated with the Grace Canning Project, leading the company to save over $7 million and emerge profitable. Recognizing the importance of raising awareness, the JPC initiated the National Productivity Awareness Week in 2007, bringing together organizations and individuals to celebrate and promote productivity. The JPC also understands the power of education. Since 2008, they have been engaging young minds through the school poster competitions and productivity sensitization sessions, fostering creativity and productivity among students as well as teachers. Continuing their dedication to promoting productivity, the JPC established partnerships with esteemed organizations such as the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Heart Trust NTA, JAMPRO, and the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. Over the years, the JPC has been at the forefront of innovative projects and initiatives, including the establishment of the Technical Assistance Services Unit, TASU, in 2009, and the EU-funded Creating an Energy Services Company Industry in Jamaica project from 2010 to 2015. To engage the wider community, the JPC launched its official magazine, The Productivity Pulse, in 2011, serving as a platform to share success stories, insights, and best practices. The Jamaica Productivity Center's commitment to productivity extends beyond borders. In 2019, they joined the global celebration of World Productivity Day, uniting with other nations to champion productivity and its impact on sustainable development. As the world faced the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the JPC conducted surveys and hosted virtual forums to understand the impact on productivity and explore new pathways for resilience and innovation. From inspiring competitions to transformative training programs, the JPC remained dedicated to empowering individuals, organizations, and the nation as a whole. The Jamaica Productivity Center continues to stay true to its mission to encourage continuous efficiency gains of our public and private entities and to advocate for sustainable productivity growth.
There you saw the past, and we continue that story today of continuous improvement towards customized, innovative productivity solutions that will not just sustain individual growth, but organizational and national growth. So as we continue the story in our 20th year, it's a story underpinned by the potential power of our people, our resources, and our systems. Over the last 2 decades, there have been many lessons learned about the global and local factors that impact productivity. And during this period, we have seen several challenges to productivity around the world. And this would include the Great Recession of 2007, the US-China trade war, and of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, which still affects us even today, coupled with other issues such as human capital attainment, the rate of technological adoption, and changing trends in international trade. These historical events have lowered the rate of productivity growth globally. Our most recent estimates indicate that statistics show that productivity is expected to have risen by 0.4% globally. Since the end of COVID-19 and the pandemic restrictions, we have seen slowly labor productivity, for example, recovering with marked differences across industries. But what does our productive future look like for Jamaica? Well, productivity is measured as a ratio of our output over our inputs. And what does this mean? It means that for productivity growth to be achieved or to be recorded, the value of our outputs needs to increase more than that of our inputs. In other words, we seek a sustainable environment to make more investments drive output. And we want to ensure that dollar for dollar, those investments can yield more and more outputs. The core values of the JPC is impact, IMPACT, which means innovation, mutual respect, professionalism, accountability, continuous improvement, and teamwork. But impact is also a strategy needed to change this trajectory of national productivity. And impact in this case would be innovation, measurement, process, awareness, complexity, and technology. Now, the first one, innovation. It is the practical implementation of ideas that result in the introduction of new goods and services or improvement in the offering of those goods and services. One study from London School of Economics said that it found that in SMEs in the UK that develop new products and services, they have a higher productivity rate than those who did not. And that percentage was 45% higher productivity than those who did not develop new products and services. But innovation goes beyond new product offerings. It is also applied to new processes, new pricing structures, and a new brand and customer experiences, for example. And it doesn't mean that it has to be something new. It means it may be an adoption from another industry, for example, that's applied to yours. So sometimes we think we have to rethink or recreate the wheel, but we can do some things there to advance our innovations within our respective organizations. So innovation allows for the creation and application of more efficient and effective tools and techniques. And a recent study by IDB showed in the Caribbean region that general innovation implemented before COVID-19 pandemic had a positive and statistically significant effect on technical efficiency and were better able to adapt to the challenges of the pandemic. This suggests that for more resilient institutions, innovation is needed. And it's also necessary for us to be proactive rather than reactive. And this ties in closely with measurement. And one of the things that we have found that going from organization to organization is that this is a weak point as a nation. And at the JPC, we abide by the principle that you cannot improve what you're not measuring. You cannot improve what is not measured. What gets measured gets done. So productivity measurement needs to be developed further to gather information within the firms and the industry, because measurement is key for accessing and assessing which innovation works best. Measuring it also gives us other ways to build productive systems and even consider the experiences of the end users, those whom we serve. Processes refers to those series of steps that lead to a particular outcome. And for our purposes today, we can think of processes in producing goods and services. We must continually evaluate our processes and assess when and how these improvements will be made. We must avoid confusing higher production with higher profits, right? Or higher production meaning higher productivity. So we need to identify where there is waste within the system, whether in time, resources, or money, to improve those processes continuously. And developing awareness on productivity-related issues is critical to improving efficiency right across sectors, whether public or private. JPC, our studies and our interactions with our stakeholders have revealed the concept of productivity is not fully understood. We see different approaches, different concepts, different convictions as it relates to productivity. And that's one thing that we want to work on. More knowledge, more on effective techniques of productivity management. And the fundamentals for productivity growth will also be predicated on the complexity of the issue that we are looking at. And complexity doesn't mean that it's complicated, right? Because complication is the enemy of productivity. What we are talking about now is economic complexity, the ability to have now more diverse and higher value goods and services that we can export. And empirical research has shown that the last 5 years that economic complexity is positively related to productivity improvement. So this is particularly true and it's less on when the emphasis is less on picking winners and more on developing low knowledge-based areas into high knowledge areas. And this suggests focusing on areas such as STEM, for example. This, of course, nicely leads into technology, and technological advancement are the only way to have those sustained improvement in productivity. And in the Caribbean, we are often left behind the curve in adopting these new technologies. And this stems from a combination of factors, training, infrastructure, costs, but technology can be utilized for digital transformation. And the workplace and the face of the workforce is changing. So there is a growing desire and need for smart workplaces, and we can, be early adopters and be ahead of the curve. So what is the pathway to productivity, that impact? National and workplace productivity improvement requires a directed productivity-centered approach that draws on university, the industry, the government, or unions, and exchanging that knowledge, collaboration, and of course, that dialogue. And this approach will involve targeting strategies for improved collection and monitoring and analysis of quantitative and qualitative measures for productivity at the firm industry level, including of productivity and specific consideration for all future public programs and policies. So productivity is a key aspect of those programs going forward. Focus support for infrastructure related to things like transportation, energy, education, and communication, and increase investments in the recognition of research and development and innovation. Higher quality education designed to prepare citizens for higher level of productive activity is also key. So going forward in 2023 and beyond, the Center continues to promote productivity, enhancing the initiatives at the micro level, looking at your management practices, your processes, gain sharing, working conditions, gender equality, and the meso level, which looks at the technology, R&D, infrastructure, but also at the macro level, where we're looking at the policies, as was mentioned earlier, the norms, the customs, and the standards to raise awareness and public education on matters related to productivity through the continuous efforts and programs, such as what we did the other day by going into the schools. And further on this year, we hope to also continue that when school reopens in September to look at our future labor force and also our productivity ambassadors who have been key in this charge. We hope to name 20 more ambassadors in honor of our 20th anniversary, and also continue with our customized workshops and training program, as will be demonstrated later today. So the national productivity improvement is not and will never be one organization show. And over the years, we have built relationships with various organizations. These relationships with these entities, and also form new ones with others as we expand our ability to train trainers, to expand the knowledge and provide timely information that can lead to more and increased decision making. And of course, our commitment to the people stands firm. So we want to thank you all for celebrating this day with us. And as we continue to add value to you or those whom we serve. Thank you, and we look forward to the continued partnership and progress as we continue our journey together.
You can do a little better than that, ladies and gentlemen. After that presentation, talking about how we've seen a marginal increase in productivity globally, but what can we do to see further improvements in that metric? Of course, we're looking at the fact that it's important to measure, because how do you understand what is go? Based on his vast experience, and I can dare say he's a productivity ambassador himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr.
Thank you, sir. It's still morning, is it? Yeah. I have no concept of time. Once you have children doing exams, I don't know if it's morning, noon, or night. Well, good morning to everyone. Mr. Hyde and all. Dr. Brathwaite from the University of West Indies, other specially invited guests, members of the media. I see a lot of different staff members from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security and our agencies, particularly JPC. Those who are joining us online, ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning. Now, I was just whispering to my good friend, Dr. Dunn, that most of my speech was wrapped up in what was said already. So I want to just, but this whole concept of productivity, when you're someone who has served in 6 ministries in 7 years, you become productive. When Mr. Hyde came up here and was starting to talk, he said, Miss Mirage, that he's reshuffling his papers. I got very antsy. You can't say the word reshuffling around ministers right now. But it's an important day for us discussing productivity. And I was just on the radio before I came here discussing what is productivity. So let me firstly say Happy World Productivity Day. Is that a thing? Is that something we say? Happy World Productivity Day to you. And I'm going to focus more on just some experiences that I've had so we can break it down so those who are listening to us understand what we mean when we're talking about productivity. Yesterday, I was studying, not yesterday, was it yesterday? No. Monday morning at 4 a.m., I was studying for the science exam and RE exam that my daughter had. Those of you who are parents understand when I said I was studying. Yeah, you get it. All right, so we are there at the table and we are drilling in to science because she had done RE. And I said, listen up here. You have 1 hour. 1 hour from 4:30 to 5:30 before you're going to have to pack your bag, bathe, get ready to get out of here by 6:10. So in that 1 hour, you have to do what you usually do in 10 hours. That means in this 1 hour, you can't have bathroom break. There's no WhatsApp. There's no daddy, I'm hungry. All of a sudden, as soon as you sit down at the table, there is more focus, discipline, and getting straight to what you have to do. Because in that 1 hour, your output has to be higher than usual. And I am only there to guide her by asking her questions to trick herself, people, for being so productive. Right? Now, the reality is, that's part of what government is here to do. And you have to be government in your own home. You have to be government in your company, Amber. Productivity has to be a lifestyle. It has to be something you do at resolutions. If you think about it, those resolutions that we are lining out are really our inherent natural push to become more what? Productive. And if we're going to do that, Ambassador, we have to first respect time. Because it is time that is the master of productivity. So it doesn't matter whether you are looking on agriculture or whether you're looking on just the efficiency of how we move from one place to the next in terms of transport, Dr. Dunn. Or if you're talking about labor and social security and how because I lived in Washington, went to George Washington University. I'm a New York attorney, and so I'm in the email listing of New York attorneys. And so I still get an email every now and again, whether for a job opportunity. Because the reality is the market that we're playing with now is much more competitive. Why do I say that? What am I talking about, Ms. Jennings? When I talk about this global competitiveness, what does it mean? Guide me, young man. What global competitiveness should do what to you? What should it make you think? Exactly so. Exactly what you said. It means you must be more productive. Because if you are going to be competing on a global... I know. Just work with it. If you're competing on a global market, on a global scale, you can't just be concerned with how the person beside you is working. And so if they are mediocre and you're a little bit above them, you're okay. No. We are concerned with what's taking place in Australia, Canada, India, China, everywhere. Because Jamaica Productivity Center wants to drive Jamaica towards its maximum potential. We don't want to just be floating. Anybody else heard that song when I said that a while ago? Lali? No, you heard it? Yeah, there were old people though. It's all right. Some people got that. So, Madam Timekeeper came to me before, and I found it quite distinctive that she came to me and what's your name? Ramona. Ramona came to me, Mr. Hyde, and she shook my hand and said, "Hello, Minister, I'm the timekeeper." And very serious. She was not laughing. "Hello, Minister, I'm the timekeeper. And I will tell you when you should stop speaking." And so, Ramona, I see that I've gone over 33 seconds. My productivity level today is not as great as it should be. But I want to ask you for just 2 more minutes, if you permit me. I want to just
And again, she gives me all the information I need, as well as email addresses, phone numbers, exactly, and the process in making the booking. And then lastly, let's say, I'm staying at the hotel currently, and I'd like to find out where the pool is, Where is the pool? And as you can see, she doesn't even need it to be perfect English. She doesn't need it to be grammatically correct or perfect spelling. She was still able to figure out what I was asking and give me all the information I need. So she can be trained as a customer service agent, sales, public relations, or even human resources. So why is this idea innovative? As you can see, this is utilizing the most cutting-edge technology that is tailored specifically to a business in the Jamaican market. It is also intelligent, so this is as bad as it will ever be. It will continue improving. It will get even better towards the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope
How
you've
does it
been
boost productivity?
enjoying the break.
It saves time and money. It saves time because
And as you do so, just to let you know that we are going to resume the second section of our program in another minute or so. So if you're grabbing something to eat, do so quickly. And we ask that you take your time to return to your various seats and be open to continuing the discussion. So thank you so much. And I know that more than likely our minister will be leaving shortly. So I want to say thank you so much.
that information, being able to make that booking, being able to find out what they need. The business or the firm will get benefit from not having to have somebody on these things every second. They have something that is automated, that is reliable. And on a national level, this will completely transform our economy, I think, in terms of tourism, being able to have a multilingual spokesperson or customer service agent, might open us up completely to new tourists. And then even locally, or we have bad customer service every now and then, this can really transform it. So what resources do you need to put this into action? All I need is somebody who is knowledgeable on web design and AI prompt engineering, such as myself, and has the know-how in terms of customer service, sales, etc. You just need a platform to host it on and a product that can ship, which this already is. I think if put into play, this could really transform our economy.
The Ministry of Labor and Social Security presents the Jamaica Productivity Center World Productivity Day Hybrid Forum 2023 under the theme, Paving Productivity Pathways for a Prosperous Nation. The Jamaica Productivity Center's World Productivity Day Hybrid Forum 2023 is presented by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security in association with the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission and Stewart's Auto.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the celebration of World Productivity Day right here in Kingston, Jamaica. If you're just joining us, we are heading into our second session, and you would have missed presentations from our Minister of Labor and Social Security, our outgoing chairman, as well as the Chief Technical Director at the Jamaica Productivity Center. Now, we're going to get things going, but before we head to the second part of our program fully, I invite those of you with the Slido application. We've been talking about it from morning. For those of you in the room, you've already downloaded that application, I'm sure. So I ask you to head there because we have our first giveaway. So I'm giving you 2 seconds to scan the barcode for those of you at home if you've not already done so. Those of you here, if you've not already done so, go ahead and download the application, scan the barcode, and input the code 1035921. Once you're there, we're going to put the question up for you to respond to. And this is a giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. So we have prizes and surprises for you, and this is an opportunity to do that. And the question is, productivity can be measured as the ratio of output to input. So output per input. With that in mind, which of the following is not a measure of productivity? Let me repeat the question. I know for those of you here, you may be eating, so I'm going to say it again. Productivity can be measured as the ratio of output to input. So output per input, essentially. With that in mind, which of the following is not a measure of productivity? Is it A, opening hours per day, B, patients per hour, and C, revenue per worker? With that, the question is live, and you have about 2 minutes to give your responses, and we will announce the winner momentarily. So go ahead and open up your Slido and respond. Of course, as we head into the next section as well, we will have the question and answer portion of the discussion, and we invite you to use the Slido application to provide that. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we head into our first couch discussion, as we're calling it, our fireside chat. And with me is Jonathan Roberts. He is the production manager at Cravia, community development manager, and he's also the community development manager of the Jamaica Animation Nation Network. Now, Mr. Roberts serves as a production manager at Cravia, a production management company for animation, and he also is a mechanical engineer certified by the University of Technology, and he's passionate about providing support and productivity to the creative industry, and we're going to talk a bit more about that. So, of course, before we get into the actual discussion, you have a presentation. So let's hear briefly about Cravia and how it supports productivity, especially for creatives.
So Cravia came coming out of college and wanting to do art, content creation. And as we worked, the minister had mentioned where not because you're more productive mean that you're more profitable. So we realized that we were getting more clients, we were doing more work, but the dollars weren't actually working out how it's supposed to. So we started to look at our internal processes. And from there, we saw where we were more effective at the planning side of it than just the art creation. So where we are now is where we do project and production management for creative services specifically.
And with that, I mean, how do you measure productivity in the creative industry? Because there's always the view that the orange economy is a little tricky sometimes to measure looking at those KPIs. How do you really measure productivity in the orange economy?
All right, that's a very hard question to answer. So, slides, can you see? Are we good?
All right, so we're going to have those slides up. There you go.
Now, we have a process, think, plan, create, review. And at each stage of the process, you set certain things in place so you are able to get some metrics around your creative process. Now, productivity on a whole, the way you measure that, it's output over inputs. We've heard that. The thing with this is this formula was created for factories. So you had a certain amount of raw materials, you had your overheads, and it's an easier calculation to see how productive the factory was. If you are providing a service, it's not that clean of a distinction. So what we look at is your workflow, and that is the steps that you take to move from concept to completed. So what are the steps that you go through in the workflow? So let's say, for example, you have a workflow, and it's a 10-step process. So we look at each individual step, the person who is completing that step, and then we create the benchmarks around how well they complete that particular step.
And when you do that, however, I mean, that gives you a broader perspective of productivity in those individual steps.
Correct.
Now, let's talk about challenges to productivity, because, I mean, saying that you want to see optimal productivity is one thing, but there are realities that would redound to difficulties seeing that happen. So what are some of the challenges to productivity, especially looking at the creative industry and creative projects?
Right. No. And we're going to speak specifically to services and not goods. So some of what I might say won't work with goods, but specifically to persons who they have a craft or they're a tradesman. Now, you have a restaurant or you are a mechanic, and you have your workflow, the steps that you take to service your customers. One of the things that would affect your productivity is your ability to complete each step of your process. So if we look at it, no, everybody, and it's very simple, but everybody has where they are normally. So this is just your normal workability. And you have how you get when you are really locked into your particular talent. We spoke about that earlier as well. Now, it's a case where when you get the ability to go to your particular area of talent, you have a higher energy, so you do more. And if you want to look at this practically, imagine a construction worker doing a day job as, as compared to job work. They work much more when it's a job work as opposed to a day job. Why? There's incentive for them to work more. Along the process, there are tasks that you will have to complete that you are not as good at. And the stress comes not from the things that you do, but the things that you avoid. So you have a 10-step process, but 3 of those steps are things you are not able to do correctly. Same mechanic, he might be very good at fixing the car, but he's not that good at customer relations, at doing his accounts, at doing his legal work. So his productivity is hampered because he doesn't spend as much time working in his area of strength. So what we suggest that you do is you look at your process. You look at where you start, the steps that you go through to get to your end result, and you find where you serve best. What innate talents can you bring out that service the team best? And what you do is you align yourself and your team to work in each other's area of strength. Because again, if more persons are at that heightened energy and you don't have all these hindrances because of the negative effects of the work that you have to do, you get more done.
End up filling those gaps, and then you have a better sum total productivity overall. I mean, we can't have the conversation about productivity and innovation without talking about where we are now, especially as it relates to technology. And we're seeing the realities of artificial intelligence and that dynamic that is there to aid productivity, but some may view it as a challenge to productivity, really, but it's really productivity tools, similar to all those that we have had before. But do you see some implications on the creative industries in Jamaica with the introduction of artificial intelligence, and what does that look like?
Yes, I see a lot, and it looks to be we're going to have a lot greater quality work coming out. So with the advancing of technology, it's more tools that are available to the craftsmen. And yes, it is AI, but it's the same process we went through with each technological advancement. So once upon a time, we used to use steam, and then we had to go to electricity. Now, just as how they had to go through that transition process to adapt that technology, we're moving from physical goods to intangible services, and it's just the same. So AI provides the tools you need to work in that area.
And would you say there are any other emerging technologies that one could look out for that could very well help the creative industries?
Animation, game design. So with the world globalized and with more persons online, we see where a lot more is managed by logistics. And with where we are, Jamaica, positioned, we are right next to the USA, so the same time zones, so we speak the same language. So if we have competent coders, developers, animators, we can service that market remotely from here. One of the effects of COVID is where we see an increase in remote work. So there's an increase in remote work, and there's an increase in the tools, or there's better tools available for those who are working. So with that combination, it's really how you apply yourself with the tools to that arena to be able to win there.
So other opportunities to maximize on one's potential, and of course looking at how they can improve their own productivity, and other opportunities to earn as well, because that's also a part of the conversation. Finally, when you talk about locally what the dynamic looks like, do you think that there are some areas that needs to be transformed for us to see better outcomes as it relates to the creative industry and the use of technologies and other sources of productivity?
Yes. So, as I mentioned, when you go through the creative process, because it's not where you can sometimes see you have, for example, somebody who's a cabinet maker, you know when the job is at this stage, you know when it's that stage, and it's more intangible. By having your workflow outlined, so you know clearly where you are in your process, that alone gives you the ability to better allocate time and resources. Because let's say your process takes 10 days. whatever the service is, graphic design, illustrator, animator, you know that at day 3, you're supposed to be at a particular place in your process. If it's day 3 and you're not at that place, you know that you need to make changes to get adjustments. So with the fact that you define your route that you take to get to the results that you go to, that is when you can start instilling the benchmarks. Okay, then, how long did it take me to get here this time? How do I move from getting here 1 at a time to 2 at a time? How do I duplicate my skills and my services so others can use it? And the answer I would give to this, we mentioned where we have policies, and a policy that I would So let's say, okay, so at the heart of it, it's 5 questions. What was the objective? Before you started, what was the thing that you had set out to do? Second, was the objective achieved? The thing that you set out to do, did you do it, yes or no? That is very important if you're looking at how you performed. What went well? So sometimes we fail and we take everything as a failure, but that's not correct. There's a lot of it that was good, and there was a few bad areas. So by learning how to identify those bad areas, you can double down on the strengths moving forward. What went wrong? What expectations did you have to happen that did not happen? Or how did you expect a particular team member to perform that they didn't perform in that way? So same as what went well, the what went wrong, we'll look at, okay then, where are we not at goal? And where do we need to improve? What did we learn? What insight did your team gain from this project that they just went through? You just went through a learning experience. What did you learn? And finally, what can be improved next time? So even if you got perfect results, everything can be improved. And with the tools and with the technology that's available, and technology is always the applications of the tools and resources by man. So with the tools available, what was the result and how can we improve upon these results next time? So just as how you would have a stopwatch for a racing team and they would go through their, they would run their race, and at the end of the race you say, okay then, you normally run 10 seconds, today you ran 11 seconds.
Indeed.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, you've painted a good picture for us, I think, looking at what is being done now, what needs to be done, and how individuals within the orange economy particularly, where it can be difficult sometimes to measure, it can be difficult to track what's being done, and sometimes even looking at the output, the metrics and the key performance indicators is difficult to do, but you've outlined a good picture, I think, as to how creatives can look at what they're doing and improve productivity. So I want to say thank you so much, Jonathan Roberts, Production Manager at Cravia and also Community Development Manager at the Jamaica Animation Nation Network. So this is the opportunity for you, ladies and gentlemen, to ask your questions. And of course, a reminder to you that you are using the Slido application. So go ahead and let me see if there's anyone who's been proactive and added their own questions to the chat. So I see here, so no one just yet, but you can go ahead and input your questions. And of course, there is a function for you to, if you do see a question that you think needs to be asked, that's already there. You can go ahead and like the question, and that will give it the opportunity to be moved up. Of course, I see a question here by an Anonymous, and that question I think would be best suited for next speaker, so I'll hold on to that one in a moment. But do we have any questions for Jonathan at this time in the room? All right, thank you so much, Jonathan. Really appreciate it. Give him a round of applause, please, for sharing his expertise with us. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome our next speaker, this Ambassador Desant Savadia, founder and CEO of the Amber Group. Make your way, sir. And he is an internationally acclaimed entrepreneur, humanitarian, public speaker, and technology disruptor. And of course, many of you may know him for the Amber app, which is, if you own a vehicle, it's one of the tracking applications that you have in your vehicle. Of course, your team was behind the creation of the Jam COVID-19 application that we utilized during the COVID-19 pandemic to help us manage visitors coming in. So thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Most welcome.
So let's look at the reality of the space now. Artificial intelligence. I mean, artificial intelligence isn't new. It is not something that's new, but it's a concept that has been developed over the years. And even GPTs are not new. But people are hearing about ChatGPT because it's now become that readily accessible platform. But would you say, I mean, we know that there's a lot of research and on the expected impact of AI. And I mean, there are a number of statistics looking at that. But what role do you see AI taking and playing into the future of improving efficiencies and productivity in Jamaica and the Jamaican economy?
I think the very purpose of AI is to improve efficiency. And I think the way I look at what AI is here to do for us, it is here to make our life easier, to put effort in things which computers can do better than us trying to do it ourselves. So I think from the efficiency standpoint, if you look at ChatGPT, there are so many AI tools that are out in the last 1 year. It's a whole new arena of AI, what it is doing for the whole world. But if you look at the entire progress of AI, nothing so far has come out which says sort of that, okay, AI is going to disrupt the whole world. It's not going to disrupt the whole world. It cannot take away the human creativity, the human intelligence. Remember, what created AI is also human beings. So everything that we do today is going to get a lot more efficient, a lot more faster, a lot more easier, a lot more economical. And perhaps finally, the human race will have some time to itself rather than just becoming computers ourselves from morning to night, trying to do smaller jobs that easily can be done by computers. Now, when calculators came out many years ago, we thought, wow, what a phenomenal invention. And those days, people used to spend hours and hours trying to compute long calculations. Now we don't have to spend all that time in calculating because you've got a simple tool called calculator who does that job for you. So you can go back to your family, have a great dinner together. So the purpose of AI is not so much to be so threatened about that it will change who we are or change the whole world. No, it's here to improve. Yes, of course, as a human race, we also have to understand every technology can be used for good and can be used for bad. Now, as human citizens, as Jamaican citizens, we also need to be wary of this, that there are people who will use the tech for good, and there are people who will use it the wrong way. And that is where the divide will come, that is where the challenge will come for Jamaica like the rest of the world. How do you use technology? Do you use it for the good of human race, or do you use it against the human race, which is against our evolution also?
A slight adjustment to your microphone just before we head straight into the question. But I mean, I want you to paint a picture for us, because there were already concerns before the now rapid development of these GPTs and other artificial intelligence platforms surrounding how will this impact labor. Jamaica will not be any different from any other country because, of course, we are in a global village. As developments take place across the world, we are involved, we will be affected. How do you think the impact on our local labor market could look like in, I'd say, the near to medium term? And what would you say are some strategic opportunities for Jamaica to take advantage of, especially looking at our current labor constructs and what it could look like in the future?
Thank you for that question. Is this audible?
Maybe a little bit further.
Better?
Maybe a little further out.
Better? Is this audible now? Better? Great. So if you look at IKEA, they established a very good example globally. You know, IKEA is this furniture company. They sell furnitures all over the world, massive, massive stores. Now, 2021, IKEA actually moved most of their labor force, upskilling them from the call center into skilling them with interior designs. Because they knew down the road somewhere, chatbots will become so prominent in every single business that will cut the cost, cut a lot of human requirement to actually provide customer support and stuff like that. So IKEA already moved a lot of their labor into a new skill set, which cannot be done by AI at all. So it's all about looking for every single business community in Jamaica. We need to now look, as of government or businesses, what we need to look at. Where is AI going to disrupt my business down the road? And if it is going to disrupt my business, it's also going to disrupt my labor force. Aura, it is also becoming one of the fastest growing IoT device in the whole world. This little ring is actually telling me on my app my real-time heart rate, if there is a change, how I sleep, how I exercise, what is my fat ratio, which I believe I'm becoming fat. But all of these things, just a little finger, on a little ring on my finger is doing all of that for me. Otherwise, I used to have a weighing scale. I used to have so many different patches of things on my body every now and then to check if I'm sleeping better, if my heart rate is better. Everything is changing, my friends. Everything is. And if we do not adopt AI, if we do not move as fast as AI is moving, then Jamaica will get left behind. It's all about adopting technology. And yes, as government, as businesses, we can create a lot of tech. But the final buck stops at consumers. If as consumers, we do not start using Jamdex, we do not start using the digital services which are already there and still want to go behind paper cash, it is going to become a problem.
Right now, where do you think needs to be the priority area for spending to accelerate this growth and innovation? So I want you to see if you can identify maybe 3 priority areas and where those investments need to go to help us push that that thrust towards advancing our growth and development, especially as it relates to artificial intelligence.
You know, recently the World Bank president was here, Mr. Ajay Banga, and I had the opportunity to sit with him for quite some time and discuss the issues from the private sector in Jamaica too. I think to me, the 3 areas, in my personal opinion, the 3 areas where we need to invest tremendously and invest fast. One is digitalization of government services. We've come a long way in the last 4 or 5 years. It's incredible the leaps that we have made, but I still believe there is a way to go for us to complete that cycle. Second is education, where also a lot of new technology has to be pushed in. And third also would remain the health sector. So these 2-3 sectors, and it's not limited to that, of course, whether you talk about transport, whether you talk about retail industry, whether you talk about e-commerce, whether you talk about the payment landscape, how consumers are exchanging money with each other, how banks are exchanging services with consumers and businesses, how small businesses are able to find funding to run their businesses. I think there are a lot of areas which need some significant relook at, significant change of policies, significant technology, significant visibility that has to come. And again, government alone cannot do this. And I've said this many times before. Government can only be a catalyst to change. The change comes from people. If people are not willing to change, then no matter what we produce, if I put a beautiful cake in front of you and you don't want to eat it, then the hunger remains with you.
Certainly, and of course, the private sector has a role to play. And you are doing your own work as the Amber Group. I know you currently have a partnership with the Heart NSTA Trust, and there is the Amber Heart Academy that's training graduates to learn coding and other kinds of technology-based skills that will also help us to further develop.
Add there quickly, as of today, we have nearly 500 students who are fully funded by the Amber Group under the Amber Heart Academy, where we are bringing them into a 1-year training of coding at the Stony Hill campus. We give them laptops, we give them food, accommodation, education for the whole year, and we also had promised guaranteed jobs to all of them. Nearly about 100 of the kids already graduated last year, and all the 100 of them are now in a full-time job in a higher paying grade jobs in Jamaica too. And that's exactly what we need from the private sector in Jamaica. Let's not train people with skills that after 4 years also they find difficulty to get a job for, but train them into highly sought after skills, which is software development, artificial intelligence, data analytics, cyber security. This is exactly what Amber is doing today for the Jamaican youths.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Ambassador Dusan Savadia from the Amber Group, for sharing your thoughts with us. And of course, we know that you'll continue having these discussions, even outside of this forum, because Though we're celebrating World Productivity Day, the discussion has to continue beyond now as we seek to do this development and do it sustainably. Now, you would have answered already, well, you have answered already the question that was posed in Slido, which is, in what ways can artificial intelligence improve productivity in Jamaica? I'm not seeing any more questions, but a reminder to our audience both here and online that you may use the Slido application to post your questions, post your comments. We encourage you to do so because we want to hear from you. Thank you so much, Mr. Savadia. Give him a round of applause, please. Very insightful thoughts being shared there. And of course, as the discussion continues, we will have as well some more giveaways to go. So though we want you to share your comments and questions, we'll also invite you to participate in our polls. As we do so, I invite at this time, ladies and gentlemen, Andreen Pinup, Manager of Corporate Communications and Public Relations at the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. Make her welcome, please. And of course, she is an alumnus of the Northern Caribbean University, NCU, where she completed a Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication. And of course, she works with the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, what are some of the difficulties you would say persons with disabilities face accessing, for instance, the workplace? And do you think that as we look at advancements in productivity and artificial intelligence, that could play a part in helping us make things a little easier for that community?
I think so. Two of the major challenges persons with disabilities now face is the physical barriers that exist. And when I say physical barriers, we're talking about infrastructure and sometimes even our use of the technology in those spaces. And then there is another challenge of an attitudinal barrier where persons with disabilities are more seen as they will decrease productivity as opposed to the value they take to the table to increase productivity. Because I should bring to your attention, even this very conference utilize access for us to register. And sometimes we have these technologies to our disposal that can enhance the productivity of persons with disabilities in our workspaces, but because we are not necessarily familiar or sometimes our own biases, unknown biases, help to create these barriers for people.
You're right about that. And there is sometimes a perception that because a person has a disability, they may not be able to contribute greatly to the workforce, which is absolutely not true.
So true. And then we project that bias onto the individual. So without creating an equitable environment or even an equal environment where that is applicable, a barrier is then created because we then perceive that they will not be able to bring value to the table.
In a workplace setting, how do you change that culture? What are some of the steps you think entities can take to help to change that culture and encourage inclusiveness, especially for persons with disabilities?
Let's start by applauding JPC for giving the council such an opportunity, which is one avenue of creating awareness. Yes, I would want to applaud them because sometimes if we just know, it will change our behavior because some of our attitudes are because of ignorance. So if there is information provided, we will be better able to position how we create our processes, how our systems are put in place. Because I said before, the technology to create inclusivity in some aspects already exists. Others might be infrastructure, but some of the technology are already to our disposal. We are already using them. So if we change our mindset, it will help to ease some of the barriers that are created.
Could you share possibly some of those tools that you think, well, as you've said, many of them already exist, but are there specific tools that you think that even if workplaces may not have considered them as tools that could help inclusiveness, it could very well be utilized as tools? Do you have examples that you could share?
I want to tell you of one that is already built in, the Microsoft Suite. You have, for example, for this registration process, we use Microsoft Forms. There is a screen reader on that form that will enable somebody who is blind or visually impaired already built into the software that can be utilized. But then there are other softwares that we can explore. They are not expensive. It's not something you buy every month, like the JAWS software, the Dragon Speak software, and those give access to persons who are blind or visually impaired. Sometimes it is just remodeling our language that is simpler so that persons can understand. You can also appreciate that even in an intellectual environment, when instructions are not simple, it creates chaos. So access doesn't only help persons with disabilities, it creates opportunities for all of us. So some of these things are already to our disposal, as I said before, like the Microsoft Suite, where you have the different built-in access within those platforms.
Low-hanging fruits, you would say.
Low-hanging fruits.
Let's talk about mental health for a little bit. I mean, many persons suffer with some kind of mental health issue. Do you say that that impacts productivity? Because there's a perception, if you have a mental health challenge, you may very well be hindering productivity. But in some cases, that may not very well be so. And there are also tools that can be put in place to help support persons with mental health challenges to help to make them more productive.
Let's start by creating the platform that we all have mental health. And it's when your mental health is not in your control, you are then diagnosed with mental illness, which is a difference now. So when there is mental illness present in someone, the work environment can support their function. So persons with mental illness or country, through the Ministry of Health and Wellness, is moving to create the support that is required. So you have clinics right across the island that persons can get support. And when they come into the work environment, do we have to create a space where their mental health is maintained? So you create a work environment that's not high pressuring, that is not frustrating, where the attrition or the absenteeism rate is high. So you ensure that you create an environment where people can be at their best and express their best. So there are social activities that we add to the workspace. It helps to improve the mental health and maintain mental health for those who are diagnosed with mental illness. So it's all about the workspace. You don't want an environment where people don't want to be there. And I know you will be familiar with some of the memes that go around on social media where people pride themselves in saying that their workplace is not somewhere that they want to be. An employer who wants to increase productivity, especially because you also want to not create a mental health issue. So you want to create an environment where persons are able to function.
Shifting a little bit now to artificial intelligence, do you think, and I mean, you've said it with the productivity tools like the Microsoft, etc., but do you think that AI could very well help to supplement support for persons with mental health issues or challenges, as well as persons with disabilities, in helping to also improve their productivity? And of course, that would inure to the overall productivity of any establishment.
As we are learning about artificial intelligence, and the presenter before me really created some awareness for the fears we may have. As the knowledge grows on our country, I hope we make good use of it. But AI can create some biases, so we have to be careful how those systems are not built in with biases that may prevent persons from disabilities getting access. But it's also an opportunity, though, to support the work of inclusivity in the workspace with persons with disabilities.
I mean, it's a little bit more than a year since the Disabilities Act has been passed. Have you been seeing much more support or acceptance from the private sector more so, and persons in the business community of this policy? And are you seeing changes where persons are taking steps to improve accessibility for their employees and generally for customers, etc.?
I don't yet have statistics, but I can tell you through our public awareness interventions and interface with other private and public sector partners, we are seeing growth in terms of embracing the Disabilities Act and creating a space where they can be more compliant. Council prides itself in 50 years this year, and as we would have journeyed, we know that disability inclusion is progressive realization, but I'm thinking we are making good strides in realizing a society that is inclusive.
Certainly. So we're looking forward to hearing much more about that. And of course, when you have those statistics, we look forward to hearing more. Now, someone from the Slido, and again, we encourage you to share your questions there. Even for those of you at home, someone is asking, how's the private sector encouraged to employ persons with disabilities? So how can the private sector be encouraged to have more persons with disabilities on their team? Is there a campaign that you're looking at to possibly showcase the fact that if you have someone on your team with a disability, that could very well help you to fill a lot of the gaps that you have on your team? What are the processes being employed to possibly encourage persons to employ persons with disabilities?
Well, the council has developed a code of practice on employment that soon will become public to encourage how we can go about retaining, recruiting persons with disabilities. And through our public awareness campaigns, we will be encouraging, and it may just be a part of our campaign to highlight an award or align ourselves with those who are champions in this cause. But a part of employing persons with disabilities in compliance with the Disabilities Act, each employer has to ensure that they are not creating a barrier where persons with disabilities cannot actively participate and be retained if they so meet the criteria.
And thank you so much for that. And finally, KR is asking, other than physical tools, how do we feel about policies in the workplace that improve equal opportunity and diversity? So not just for persons with disabilities, but for women and other disadvantaged groups.
And that's what I shared in one of my responses, that when you look at inclusivity, it encourage inclusion of all. Persons, when you create an environment where persons with disabilities can actively participate, you find that you are opening the environment for all to be included. So once you are compliant with the Disabilities Act, you will find that the barriers will not be created for anyone.
Indeed, and we encourage you to find out more about what the Jamaica Center for Persons with Disabilities, Council for Persons with Disabilities is doing. And of course, you can hear lots more about their work and find out more about the policy that is in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's head again to our Slido, and we thank those of you who've been putting in place your comments and responses and questions. And we have officially the response to that giveaway that we had earlier, and one more giveaway to come shortly. So we asked the question earlier about, and let me find the question once again for you, what area is essentially not a measure of productivity? And the answer is opening hours per day. So if that was your answer, give yourselves a round of applause. That is the answer. That is not an effective measure. All right, so we now have our second Slido question. Are we ready? Are we ready for a second Slido question? Have your Slido up and running? As I also think I may have the winner as well. I will let you know. I do. So the winner of our first Slido giveaway is Dane McGibbon. Is Dane here? Dane, congratulations. Give him a round of applause. So congratulations, Dane. And of course, we'll ensure that we have your special giveaway coming to you in a moment. So we have a second giveaway coming your way right now. And the question is, what is the potential impact of generative AI on labor productivity, according to a recent Stanford MIT study? So it's not going to be an easy question where you can just get no. It means that you may have to do a little bit of research, and of course you have 2 minutes within which to answer that question. So the question is, what is the potential impact of generative AI on labor productivity, according to a recent Stanford MIT study? And the responses are an increase in labor productivity by 40%, an increase in labor productivity by 14%, a decrease in labor productivity by 14%, or 1981. Of course, go ahead and put in your responses as we now say thank you to all those who have participated so far. And we now invite, who's already on the platform, Sharifa Powell, Consultant Project Manager at the National Competitiveness Council at JAMPRO, who will be giving us a very special presentation about the NCC and the JPC forging paths to productivity. And you want to hear lots more about that. So Sharifa, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Moderator, much appreciated. Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr., State Minister in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Ambassador Savadia, founder and CEO of the Amber Group. And I can tell you, Ambassador, you hear a bit more about digitization within government services when I'm done. Outgoing Chairman of the Advisory Board of the JPC, Mr. Hyde, and other members of the advisory board, Mr. Okazazi, Project Formulation Advisor of GCAT Jamaica, Mrs. Tamara Nelson, who has joined us online, Chief Technical Director of the JPC, participating experts, ladies and gentlemen, present and online, a very pleasant good afternoon to you all. Let me first start by saying congratulations to the JPC on the staging of this event. I, like the Minister, didn't recognize that there was a National Productivity Day, so that is awareness brought for me today. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this very special conversation and allowing me to share on the nexus between competitiveness and productivity within the context of the work of the National Competitiveness Council, of which the JPC is a member and implementing agency. Over the last 2 decades, Jamaica has had weak and declining levels of productivity. From 2001 to 2019, labor productivity, capital productivity, and total factor productivity recorded annual declines, percentage declines, 0.6, 0.2, 0.4 respectively. It's not a good look for Jamaica, particularly given the fact that we are such hard-working people, industrious and innovative people. It reflects, however, that the joint influence of labor input, per capita used, and total factor productivity, which reflects the overall efficiency of production, is not at the level it needs to be. All these facets of productivity have a direct impact on economic growth. When productivity increases, so does growth. When growth increases, our earning potential increases, our standard of living increases. It is therefore important for Jamaica to prioritize improving productivity as a catalyst for economic development. So how does the NCC, the National Competitiveness Council, fit into this picture? And what does or can this body play, what role can this body play in improving productivity? Well, let's start by understanding what the NCC is and what it does. The NCC, or National Competitiveness Council, can I see a show of hands for all those who are hearing of NCC for the first time? I see 4 hands over there, I see 2 over here. Okay, so I'm among familiar friends. So the National Competitiveness Council is a public-private partnership body with representatives from the public, private, wider civil society, and academia. It was established in 2010 to advance policy. Mention was made of policy, advocacy, research, and public awareness of reform initiatives which facilitate the creation of an enabling business environment. The NCC, and I'll skip some of the history in the interest of time, eventually established what we call the Business Environment Reform Agenda, or the BERA for short, with the intent on ensuring that Jamaica becomes more competitive, and the indices that were measured, that were mentioned earlier, that we as Jamaica reflect positively in the indices. The reforms span numerous ministries, departments, and agencies, and are involved in the business and investment landscape. And work is being done in areas such as business process reengineering, e-services creation and upgrades, legislative reform, public relations and marketing, and building the capacity of our government stakeholders. The mandate of the BERA can only be achieved with effective partnership, which includes the JPC. And of the 65 reform activities which the NCC currently undertakes, 28 of those pertain to digital transformation. So again, how does the NCC play a role in improving productivity? It is common awareness that a host of challenges hinder productivity in Jamaica. Chief among them is inefficient processes. We have to wait too long. I live in Stony Hill, and each day I drive past the tax office and I see the line wrapped around to the parking lot, and I always think, imagine if those persons did not have to be standing in the line, but being involved in productive work, what a difference it would make to their paychecks and their households. inefficient processes in both the public and the private sector happen, frankly speaking. To a great extent, the challenges and the solutions are mutually beneficial. They're interrelated and somewhat interdependent. Inefficiency and low productivity in government negatively impacts the private sector. I'll speak about the public sector side, however. Government is an enabler, a facilitator. A set the framework to make business happen kind of role is played. The task is to create an environment in which businesses want to, are able to, and actually succeed. To do this, government needs to be efficient, needs to provide greater input. We've been talking about input over output, productivity, which means what? It means more licenses issued, more permits granted, more registrations completed, more applications processed in a shorter time, whilst, of course, ensuring requisite, not overly burdensome compliance with standards. Efficiency requires, amongst other things, having the right systems and processes in place. And so the NCC, with funding from various windows, including the World Bank's Foundations for Competitiveness and Growth project, have been making significant investments in a lot of systems and processes of various government agencies to ensure that they become more efficient. And I'm seeing the wrap-up sign. But to name a few of these projects, and hoping that you can relate to them, we have the recently launched Jamaica Business Gateway by the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce through JAMPRO. We have the upgrading of the electronic business registration form and plans to enhance online capabilities by the Companies Office of Jamaica. There's the implementation of the Jamaica Single Window for Trade by the Jamaica Customs Agency. There's full rollout of the port community systems by the Port Authorities of Jamaica. Digitization of records by the National Land Agency. Enhancements and improvements to both Amanda and JADAP, which are applications to allow for our developers to be able to process their applications. This is being led by the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development, with NEPA, the municipal corporations, and others. Establishment of Laws of Jamaica platform and an online platform for mediation, because commercial disputes do happen and it's a part of business. All these systems and processes are being implemented with a view to enhance the efficiency of ministries, departments, and agencies which serve the private sector. What is the expected impact? Simplify the processes, reduce the time, give persons who work in ministries and departments and agencies systems which work to allow for them to become more efficient and more productive. But let me just take a step back, because on one hand, government has the responsibility and is doing quite a lot in terms of digitization of its processes, automation of its processes, which I'm sure will include AI. But I'll give you an example of the partnership that really needs to be looked at if we as a Jamaica want to enhance productivity. Have you ever been buying food and you are really getting wrap-up sign now, and you stand in the line for 15 minutes and the person ahead of you gets to the cashier, places the order, the cashier repeats the order, confirms the order, and at that point, the person starts digging in their bag for the purse. And then they find the purse and they need to choose, okay, which card am I going to use? Or the exact change. And you stop and think, but you've been in the line for 15 minutes. You know you would need to find your money. In other words, you just added 5 or 10 more minutes to the wait time. I also recall recently, again, food, purchasing food at a fast food restaurant. And I watched as a young lady diligently slice the tomatoes, and the knife seemed to be really sharp because she was taking her time. And I couldn't help but think, but don't they have like a cutter that she could just put over the tomato and everything is just sliced in a couple of seconds? And if she had that, perhaps she could then be used more efficiently in another area of the business, that my wait time and others would be reduced from 10 minutes or 20 minutes to maybe 4 or 5. So the point really, ladies and gentlemen, is that whilst government is undertaking significant initiatives aimed at improving productivity of its services, we all have a role to play. We all have to recognize that when we take extra time, when we delay, when Ms. Powell uses up too much time because her time is up, we are negatively impacting our own productivity. So governments, the firms, the companies, the individuals, you and me, John Public, we all have a role to play in improving productivity. And on that note, I close by wishing the JPC continued success, a continued additional 20 years, and a continuation of a path where Jamaica can really become a truly productive society. But guess what? It doesn't start with government, though government does have a role to play. It starts with you and me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharifa Powell, who is Consultant Project Manager for the National Competitive Council at the Jamaica Promotions Agency, JAMPRO, and of course, a good way to end there, reminding us that each of us, we all have a part to play in ensuring that we help to make Jamaica more productive. So, talking about productivity and, of course, the technological advancements and involvement in that, we're going to talk a bit about some tools to help boost your own productivity, each of us, as we look to improving our own outputs and efficiency. So at this time, I ask you to help me welcome on Zoom Shanique Orr, Research Officer in the Technical Assistance Services Unit, and Stephen Smith, Research Officer in the Research and Measurement Unit, both from the Jamaica Productivity Center, to share a presentation on artificial intelligence tools that can help boost our productivity. Give them a round of applause, please. I'm sure they can hear you, though they're virtual, but we want you to give them a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, rather. We sort of ran late. Thank you for coming, right now, Shanique and I will be showing you AI tools, AI and you, tools to boost productivity today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, it is our pleasure to share with you 4 AI tools that MSMEs, which are micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the public sector can utilize to boost their productivity. 4 tools that we'll be looking at are Gamma, Agent GPT, Perplexity AI, and Numerous AI. Now we will look at Gamma. Gamma is an AI tool that makes it easy to create visually engaging and interactive presentations. Some of the features that Gamma allows us to do is embed pictures, videos, documents, website, and social media pages. Gamma can be used as a contrast software to software such as PowerPoint, Prezi, Pitch, Slides AI, just to name a few. Now, Alex will go more in depth into some of the features that Gamma provides us.
Now, of course, tools like PowerPoint and Prezi, you can embed images and videos. This is commonplace. But only Gamma and a few others have AI-powered asset search built in. So, for example, since we're doing a presentation on AI, no presentation like this is perfect without images of robots. So I asked Gamma to find the best stock images that it could find. And it did so. Note the credits towards the bottom of this image. I'll point to those later. And of course, this is some of what Gamma came up with. Neat, huh? What I particularly like about Gamma is that you can embed social media posts as well. Not every platform. You can do Twitter and you can do TikTok for now, but Instagram, Facebook, these sites, they may come later. You can interact with the posts as if you're on the site. So if you have a video in a tweet, you can play it as if you're on Twitter itself. And my favorite feature now. If you have a presentation and you need to make it really quickly, then you can make one on the fly. So we have 30 credits left. The long and short of it is, you can make presentations with a short prompt. Gamma will give you an outline. If you approve the outline, it will make the presentation for you. So we made this presentation in about 90 seconds, full of information. Of course, you have to fill it up with more, but Gamma will start things off for you. Beyond Gamma, of course, you have project management with Agent GPT. It's GPT-based, kind of like ChatGPT and other tools. And you can use it to automate tasks, help find information, and visualize projects. So if you're stuck on a project, Agent GPT will help you start.
All right, so let's have Agent GPT host for us a World Productivity Day conference, kind of like the one we're at today. We'll just hit deploy agent to get started. We'll see agent starting off with a task list for us to complete, which is nice enough, but then it'll go into detail on each one. That's very important. We'll see it then move on to the next step of securing a venue and setting a date for the conference. You'll note some numbers at the ends of sentences and paragraphs. Those are Agent GPT sources. That's very important that it cites its sources, not just for verification, but also if you just want to learn more. Third step now of inviting speakers and creating a schedule for the conference. Funny enough, this bot knows that things are people-centered, so it'll add that human element. It'll source you speakers and everything. After that, we'll promote the conference and manage registrations right here. And it's sensitive to your organizational requirements. That's good to know as well. And of course, as Agent GPT runs, more tasks and more instructions will come. These things don't run forever. There are bandwidth limitations. As the tool improves, so too will these limitations. But that's okay because you can always save what you have and continue on from there. So hopefully, with Agent GPT, you won't get lost, you'll know how to get started on your projects, and you'll be effective when doing so.
I'd like everyone to just appreciate that we hosted a video on YouTube. You can do YouTube, you can do Vimeo, you can do other streaming sites.
Now let us take a look at Perplexity. Perplexity AI is a chat-based conversational search engine that delivers answers to questions asked. And a key thing to note with Perplexity is it provides source for its responses. Now we will showcase a video that will give you the full detail of what Perplexity does.
So Perplexity works like a lot of other chatbots at first. You have a question, you get an answer. So let's ask, what is World Productivity Day? So we start off with the basics. It's on June 20th. And then we get some more details. Then, of course, we have our sources front and center. That's real good if we want to learn more. But certainly if we want to verify what information's out there and what Perplexity is doing with that information. We can also pop up follow-up questions, just like we did right here. We might not even consider them, but certainly they're relevant to our search. So we have the day. How do we celebrate it? Well, here's Perplexity's answer. And again, we have our sources right here. Now, Perplexity has this interesting feature called Copilot. We can ask deeper questions or have detailed prompts, and Perplexity will interact with us to get an answer. So let's have Copilot plan a conference for us. It'll think about the question. It'll search on the web. That's how it gets everything, the World Wide Web. And the search terms are there. You can also use an AI profile. You can tell Perplexity about yourself. That'll contribute. It's got some results already. And then the interesting bit comes right here. So we have some nice questions for details that we can put in to inform our final answer. So in line with our headline, we can say that we're focusing on prosperity and economic growth. We have our date and location here. Let's say 100 attendees. Continue onwards. And then it will give us our step-by-step plan for a World Productivity Day conference. So you see, with Perplexity, you're not just getting basic questions and answers. You're really getting a guided inquiry. You're really navigating through the information. I really hope that you get to use Perplexity and they'll help you with your project. So happy search.
And then the final tool we'll be showing you today is Numerous AI. It's an extension on Google Sheets or Excel on Office 365. And we'll show you how it works today.
Let us take a look at Numerous AI. So for today, we will be focusing on two of its features, infer and write. So let's get into it and focus on the first table. We would like to categorize the remaining feedbacks in the same manner that the first four were categorized in. To do this, we are going to use the infer feature. We're going to say infer, we select the feedbacks that were already categorized, then we select the categories that these items were categorized in, then we select the feedbacks that would like to apply the same type of categorization to, and we press enter. This will result in the categories being generated for these items. Quick and easy. Now let's move on to the second table. This is infer, but now we have some phone numbers that would like to format in the categories that are outlined in column B. So likewise, we're going to say infer, select the items that were already categorized, then we're going to select the categories that they were categorized in, and then we're going to select the remaining phone numbers that would like this same categorization to be applied to. And voila, we have it. Now let us move on to our third table. Now we will utilize the feature write. So we have a list of customer reviews and we would like to provide a short response to them. So we're going to say equal write and in quotation a very short response to this customer's review, and you will select the customer's review that you're referring to. Once this is done, you're just going to press enter and Numerous AI will generate a response to this review. And in order to apply it to the remaining items, you just drag the same formula down. And just like that, quick and simple. No need to struggle over writing responses for your customers' feedback. Just let Numerous AI do it. Now let me quickly show you some more features that Numerous AI has. They have the AI, you can classify, reformat, extract. These are just a few more of the items or the features that they provide rather. So you can check out Numerous AI and make your life easier.
Okay, so streamline your workflow. So with the utilization of AI, one can simplify or eliminate unnecessary work in order to boost efficiency. And we should note that the best tools are easy to get started with or also easy to revise and maintain.
But of course, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. AI tools, they can be fantastic, but there are things you have to consider. As we've said throughout this presentation, AI tools like the ones we've shown, they can streamline routine tasks. You can combine related tasks. You can do that to make a new workflow for your own, or you can adapt what already exists to your own workflow. Since these tools are easy to configure. However, one thing AI tools are known for, particularly those based on large language models, is hallucinations. Models estimate reality. So these tools will give you what it expects is the answer, and will do so confidently, even if it's wrong. So you have to watch out for that. Since these tools are mostly web-based, whatever features are available, they're limited by server capacity. That's why I couldn't just make as many presentations as I wanted. I had a hard time making that quick presentation for you earlier. And then throughout the process, human supervision is still necessary because, of course, we're making these things for other humans. These things are made by humans, we're making them for other humans. And so you have to look at what's being developed on the way. And then for the interest of time, I'll just quickly go through the issues. These tools are trained from user input. Not every feature you get is free. And these tools are in development. So they're in the beta stage, the research stage. You're really at the bleeding edge of tech. So things will change along the way.
And it seems like that's the end of the presentation from the team. It does appear so. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the team from the JPC a big round of applause. Shanique Orr, Research Officer in the Technical Assistance Services Unit, as well as Stephen Smith, the Research Officer in the Research and Measurement Unit at the JPC. And I hope you've been paying attention because they've given you some real-life, tangible examples of artificial intelligence tools that you can utilize. And just in case you didn't get them, I'll go through them again. Agent GPT is one. There is Gamma. There is Perplexity. And numerous AI. So you want to ensure that you take the opportunity to look at them, look at how they can apply to your own settings, and see how you can benefit from these tools as they exist. Now, as we continue our program, I'm going to break up the discussions for just a little bit more. And I know you enjoyed the performance by our saxophonist, Jason Dennis, and he's going to come back to share with us some more musical melodies. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome again Jason Dennis, and he's going to come with another soothing performance. Well, I know you might be hungry, but you have to do better than that. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jason Dennis. So at this time, we invite you to partake in lunch. We'll break for a few minutes for you to enjoy your lunch. And of course, when you get the opportunity, please ensure that you check out our booth holders. There's the EduHub company as well as Next Step. And we want you to go outside and check out the 86, brand new 86 from Havel. That's distributed by the Stewart Automotive Group. So check them out, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in another few minutes. And thank you so much for your attention.
Ministry of Labor and Social Security presents the Jamaica Productivity Center World Productivity Day Hybrid Forum 2023 under the theme, Paving Productivity Pathways for a Prosperous Nation. The Jamaica Productivity Center's World Productivity Day Hybrid Forum 2023 is presented by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security in association with the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission and Stewart's Auto.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us for this year's celebration of World Productivity Day. If you're just coming, my name is Javon Keys. I'm your host for today, and we've been having a fulfilling lineup of discussions about productivity and tools you can employ to boost productivity and the future of the world of work and how artificial intelligence could very well help us to improve our output. Now, we're going to continue that discussion now, and we're standing by for the start of our very special session that will include some key stakeholders that are experts in the field. And of course, the idea is that through public education, research, and technical training, the Jamaica Productivity Center really hopes to spread the message of productivity and assist in creating an environment, an enabling environment at that supports productive improvement. Now, today we're joined by two experts. One of them is here to discuss digitization, capabilities, and productivity. And he is Mr. Fernando Santiago. He's joining us virtually from Paraguay. And Mr. Santiago is an industrial policy officer at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. And he specializes in the provision of industrial policy advisory services and capacity development activities on industrial policy. Señor Santiago, bienvenido. Let me also welcome the gentleman who is here in person with us, Mr. Samuel Brathwaite, and he is going to be looking at resolving Jamaica's productivity challenges. He's an economist in the Department of Economics at the University of the West Indies Mona campus, and his research focuses on issues relating to economies in the British Caribbean, looking specifically at regional integration, macroeconomics, economic development, and international trade. This section of our program will be chaired, however, by Michael Ann Urquhart, Senior Director of Research and Research and Measurement Unit at the Jamaica Productivity Center, and she's also online. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make Michael Ann and our presenters welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to acknowledge the Honorable Pearnel Charles, the Minister of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I would also like to take the time to acknowledge the State Minister, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Chief Technical Director, Tamar Nelson, the Chairman of our board, Anthony Hyde. I'd also like to recognize the representatives from JICA, UNIDO, and all of our presenters and guests who are in person and with me online today. So today we have two discussants, as mentioned, who will talk to us about research that they have been conducting in productivity. At the Jamaica Productivity Center, we recognize the importance of research in order to drive policy that is informed and that is efficient. In the last years for 2022, we've estimated that productivity would have increased by approximately 0.4%. This is an indication that as we turn around from the events of COVID-19, there are opportunities for productivity and growth. We see particular rebounds in the hotels and restaurants industry. We also saw some rebounds in our mining industry as the return of some of our mining activities. We also note, however, that we are still seeing some areas in which productivity gains have not returned. And so the question is, in order for us to push productivity as we move into what is now considered the future of work, with the new challenges that we have with AI, how do we ensure that we get that we have sustainable productivity, what areas do we need to focus on? Are there going to be harmful effects of things like AI? Are there going to be challenges that countries like Jamaica will face? And so these are some of the issues that we expect to hear from our presenters today. So we're looking forward to an exciting discussion. And I'd now like to turn over to Dr. Fernando, who will tell us more about digitization and capabilities in productivity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellencies, gents and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join. I mean, I'm sorry that I had to be online. I mean, although I'm based in Vienna today, I'm doing business in Paraguay, and that's why we're talking to you from here. I would really like to express my gratitude for the invitation to make to UNIDO. What I would like to discuss with you today, let me just start sharing my screen. It's based on some of the work that we have done in the context of the Industrial Development Report. This is a publication that UNIDO produces every 2 years. And over the last couple of editions, I mean, for years, we have been addressing the issues of, exploring issues of digitalization, particularly of manufacturing, and then, of course, also linking to some ideas around, the pandemic and resilience. But I also would like to see how the new technologies are shaping some of the industrial development processes, and particularly for the meeting today, the questions around productivity, and then just closing with a bit of a questions on, what is coming up next for us. So really, that's the graphic you have seen here. Maybe you are very familiar with it, which is really this idea that we have entered in a fourth industrial revolution. The previous ones basically characterized by the use of technologies like steam, particularly in initial manufacturing processes, and moving on to some kind of mechanization, eventually leading to mass production based on robotization and automation. And in the context of the fourth industrial revolution, we see now that the idea of these digital technologies are coming more prominent. But there's just a debate whether this is an industrial revolution. Is this the fourth one? Is the fifth, sixth, seventh? There's a lot of debates in the academic realm. And what we try to do at UNIDO is to really focus on some of the trajectories of this, how we get this. We understand that many of the countries that we work with are not ready or are not necessarily all in this position to say, we're in the revolution, but, what is the path towards this? And some of those ideas are discussed in the report. So what I want to focus this talk today is to discuss what is revolutionary about these technologies, looking at how these technologies are, transforming the industrial landscape, focus on productivity, and then some implications on the industrial development as we move forward. So let's start. So what we did in the year 2020 was to sort of try to understand what these technologies are. There's no concrete idea. So you might have seen, ideas of, as you mentioned, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, advanced robotics. But these are not technologies that are totally new. Some of these technologies have been with us since the 1970s. And the idea here is that if you have to consider a bit of broader perspective, where we consider 4 clusters of technologies. Of course, nanotechnology, new materials, biotechnology, and digital production technologies. We are not talking about just a mobile phone, and we're talking about technologies that enable us to produce things. So this sort of 4 areas of technological development are coming together, and that's what is called advanced manufacturing. And so this is the idea that manufacturing is changed because of these technologies are coming together, and where if you really zoom into the idea of digitalization in the industrial development, in the industrial process, is where you tend to talk about the fourth industrial revolution, the smart factory. But really, I think it's not necessarily that these technologies are new, as I mentioned, but it's because these technologies are developing increasingly together. This sort of fusion of technologies, there's complementarity among them. Think of coming up to a company where you see now systems that used to be isolated in the past now are increasingly coming together through sensorization and through connectivity. And so what we see increasingly important is to understand how companies are creating this symbiosis between the hardware, the software, and something that is increasingly important, connectivity. And of course, that's how you can understand the rapid growth and the importance of data. So it's really a massive amount of information that you need to process, that you need to validate, and to act upon, right? So really it's these ideas that are shaping the changes in manufacturing. It's no longer isolated processes and isolated technologies, but real technologies that are coming together to transform what we understand as manufacturing. And so what we see, of course, and that is something that is important to understand. Similar to other technologies, there are at least two ways we can understand the changes that are produced by these technologies. One is, of course, through innovation. You can create new industries, new activities, that translates into job opportunities, the emergence of, increasingly the importance of decoupling some of the use of materials, because we are better able to increase efficiencies and productivity, right? So we don't need the same amount of material, but also because we have concerns on the environment. So that is one of the ways in which these technologies can support the changes. Increase efficiencies in production, of course, is also something that is important. But it's not only that. It's not just the technologies or the innovation and the processes, and something that countries like yourself, can also start looking into, is that many of these technologies enable new ways of doing business, new ways of addressing opportunities and challenges, the manufacturing firms or other sectors, through services, through changes in business models, and of course, understanding what we see increasingly at the platform economies, like Uber, Amazon, those, things that are online, but create the spaces for delivery of services and influencing some of the production. So this is really an area where there's a lot of potential, but also needs to be understood as something where there's a lot of concentration or challenges need to be faced in terms of technology, and this requires a lot of effort and planning from the companies, but also from the policymakers if we want to tackle some of those opportunities, right? Because we need to understand how these technologies are shaping the activities that we would like to understand, not only in terms of how these technologies are changing, so small changes, right? Like improving efficiency, but also disruptive changes like new sources of energy, like green hydrogen, prototyping, digital twins. These things that change a lot of the processes as we know them. So there are different ways in which these technologies are entering different sectors. Of course, as you mentioned, jobs and skills. We actually found that it's not necessarily that these technologies are displacing labor, but these technologies are displacing labor in different ways, but also creating a space for new opportunities, job opportunities elsewhere. So if you take a single company, maybe you see a bit of a picture where the company is dismissing people. But if you take the approach of value chain analysis, of course you will see some of those people might be reabsorbed somewhere else in the value chain. So really, it's a bit more complex analysis that needs to be done in terms of understanding the companies in the context of where they work. Of course, we are also concerned about the skills for women, youth, this idea that, for example, AI, because of the way we organize the information, may actually have a bias against women, for example, in job placements or understanding how they contribute to different activities where normally we see men being in the leading roles traditionally. Right? And so that has to be also considered, that some of these technologies have some biases. But as I said, some of these advanced digital production technologies require changes in business approaches. They also are very well connected to this idea of knowledge-intensive services, right? And so there's another opportunity here to actually connect some of those services that enable activities in manufacturing sector, so that they also feel operate as an opportunity for you to enter new markets. And of course, some of these services need to be understood in the context of where they are embedded. So it's not every industry is similar. So we cannot consider these technologies, although these are considered horizontal or cross-cutting technology. That means they have applications in many different sectors. Not every sector is going to use them in the same way. So think of aircraft manufacturing is not the same as if you're doing, furniture or good printing. So using 3D printers is not going to be the same thing, right? But of course, the technologies are present in all these areas. So, and what we did in the in the course of developing the Industrial Development Report in 2020, we tried to understand a little bit of the sectoral dynamics. It's not necessarily an easy task because many of these technologies, or the sort of the advanced use of these technologies, is heavily concentrated. And this idea of the capabilities that are required to absorb these technologies are also heavily concentrated, particularly in large firms and in sort of advanced countries. But also in some areas where we know traditionally they are very well embedded with robots, like computers, transport equipment. These are areas where you see a lot of these technologies, like, for example, here we have 3 examples: cloud computing, 3D printing, and robots. It's really clear that, these are technologies that are very present in computers and transport equipment, while it's less in cases like chemicals or wood and paper. And of course, in some other areas where textiles or food production, this is, of course, looking into the case of Europe, but if you can imagine that some of these countries are expected to be more advanced, and you still see these sort of differences across sectors. But of course, difference across differences in adoption are also related to difference in productivity gains, right? And so what we did in the report was to understand, we divided 2 periods before 2005, between 1990s to 2005, where we saw, there was still some kind of initial uptake of these technologies. By 2005, this is a rapid acceleration in the adoption of these technologies, and you can see, comparing those two periods, these areas where there is a heavier adoption of these technologies tend to have increased productivity without necessarily displacing labor. And of course, in some of in computers sectors, you can see that some of a loss of labor at the beginning of the period, 1990 to 2004. But in the second period, as I was mentioning, 2005, 2016, the increase of labor is not necessarily at the cost of productivity, right? So really, it's an indication that value addition and generation of employment, when these technologies are included, is not necessarily a reason to be concerned. I mean, we need to be careful and understanding how these technologies impact the activities in a particular industry or sector. But as you move down as some of the industries where the adoption of these technologies tends to be less present, then that's where you see, of course, a bit more of an issue in terms of how productivity is linked to a bit of a less dynamic generation in terms of employment or the employment dynamics. So it really is an indication that sectors that are ready to engage in this with these technologies can also be sectors where labor and it's not necessarily displaced; it's just transformed in certain forms or reorganized. We also see that, as I said, differences in terms of small firms and large firms, which is always an issue that is of concern. We try to understand, what kind of generations of some companies which are basically analog or have a very limited adoption of these technologies. When we compare those firms, even by size, if you compare with those that are more attuned to incorporate some of these digital technologies, advanced digital technologies, they also tend to be more productive. So you see here, for example, technology intensive. Technology and digitalization intensive industries, tend to be, and also in the other things, these are technologies that are really impacting positively productivity. But you look at size, those that are more attuned in terms of, the use of advanced technologies tend to have a better performance in terms of productivity. But also, if you consider differences across size and the kind of capital, the idea of the presence of digital technologies is also a factor that characterizes firms which are more productive. So this is an indication that, of course, capabilities matter in terms of the ideas of where and how these technologies start. But let's just really, where there's a lot of, say about promises and risk, we understand that many of these things are still fluid. Many of these things are still something that we need to understand, how this impact in particular sectors, how these technologies impact in particular industries. And so some scholars are really interested in understanding whether these technologies or the major technologies are opportunities for industrialize or are really threatening some of the processes. Can they help upgrade and address middle-income traps, or create new inequalities? So this is a lot of ideas that these technologies have positive effects, but also have some risks that we need to be aware of. And finally, and the idea of this capability building, right? So what we understand is that companies need to start testing, start to understand this, demystify some of these technologies, and this is really required some kind of expertise in the use of technologies and risk. And the governments have a role to play in helping those companies start this learning and experimentation processes. We need to invest in framework conditions like digitalization in terms of infrastructure, but also energy, but also in the idea that these companies need to have some good experience with manufacturing and try to progressively move into innovation, and not only in terms of producing new products, but also in terms of producing new ways of doing business. So I would just leave it here, and if there is any comment or question, I would be happy to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fernando. We will now have a presentation from Dr. Samuel Brathwaite, after which we will have questions and answers. So anywhere you are in the world, even if you're there in the audience, just jump onto Slido and ask your questions, because I know you probably have some burning questions that you want to ask Dr. Fernando, and you will have some for Dr. Brathwaite as well. Dr. Brathwaite?
Thank you very much, Michelan. Let's see. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I was a bit concerned when I saw where I ranked on the program, coming in as a lower order batsman. It can either be that the top order messed up, or they did so well, you don't have anything to do. The top order did do well, but I still have some things I can talk about. In fact, I plan to be a bit controversial, right? What is an academic economist if he or she is not controversial? Agreed? All right. Okay. All right, there goes. Yeah, so what I'm going to talk about is some work which was done some time ago by myself and my colleague at the university, Dr. Christine Clark. And essentially what we attempted to do was to resolve Jamaica's productivity challenge. And notice I didn't say problem, I said challenge, yes? So there's a problem, but you seek to resolve challenges, and in so doing, you can deal with that problem that is there. Eh? Yes, so we took on this task, and I must say it was daunting. I'm not even sure that we have arrived at, concrete conclusions per se. One of the things we did recognize, though, is that a lot has been done. In fact, if you look at the Productivity Center, they have done a lot of work and continue to do a lot of work. Yes? And more than that, if you look at firms within Jamaica, they have been doing their bit. You look at Grace Kennedy, for example. I'm sure most of you in this room know of the Honorable Douglas O'Rain, who has said a lot about productivity. So part of what we did was to talk to people, who are the real experts. I am not an expert. Yes, I have my hands in a lot of areas, so I don't consider myself an expert on productivity. All right, so here goes. Oops. All right. So a lot has been said before about what productivity is, so I'm going to skip this OECD definition and just go to the definition given by, or used by the JPC. And it goes like this. Productivity measures how well resources are used to produce goods and services, and in brackets, efficiency, that meet the needs, requirements, and expectations of the consumer, effectiveness. It is calculated as the ratio of outputs to inputs. I really do like this particular definition because it just doesn't speak about efficiency. There's also an element there about consumer satisfaction, about quality. Yes? One of the things we found, whenever you ask the question, and I realized earlier the question was asked, what one word could you substitute for productivity? And I think maybe 99 out of 100 times that word would be efficiency. And that's perfect, yes, it works. But there is something about efficiency that we have to be very careful about, especially when we consider labor. So take, for example, if we have a factory and the mandate for the factory is to produce 100 cars every day, and let us say we have 10 people. To make the factory more efficient, we could reduce the amount of people that we use from 10 to 9. That's efficiency, yes? So we hear a lot about ChatGPT and other AI platforms and the like, but what you find is that I think there's a fear that we have to recognize and just deal with it. People are fearful that they're going to lose their jobs. You look around Jamaica and some things just don't make sense to you, right? Why doesn't this thing work well? Well, maybe somebody is getting a kickback. Corruption is a possibility, let's be frank. But on the other end, people are just fearful that, if we push ahead with these reforms, my friend next door to me in the next cubicle or me would be without a job. Yes? So as we talk about efficiency and increasing productivity and artificial intelligence and the like, we have to recognize that ultimately, or at least in my book or in my view, all this talk about productivity comes down to one thing: human welfare. All of economics is about human welfare. And if you don't remember that, what's the point? There's a formula on the slide. I'm not even sure I should spend much time on it. I have some former students in the room. I don't want them to, well, no, they were bright students, don't worry. Yeah, so I'll just make one comment on that equation, though. So the equation talks about, on the left-hand side there, we have the percentage change in income, which you can think of as GDP. On the right-hand side, we have capital, labor, and then we have total factor productivity. So when you hear talks about or discussions surrounding total factor productivity, what it really speaks to is a decomposition of incomes to say, okay, here is the total income generated, and let us then decompose that total income. So how much does labor get? How much does capital get? So if your income or your total GDP is growing by, let's say, 1%, right? But then the income going to capital is 1%, the income going to labor is growing, that is, by 1%. So on that right-hand side, yes, you essentially have, or let me correct that. Let me dial back on that. And the reason why I'm dialing back, I just remember that there's some coefficients there that we have to remember, right? So let us say capital and labor, the percentage growth there is simply 2, right? So capital, the income growing to capital, 2%. The income going to labor growing by 2%, right? And because of the coefficients, which must add up to 1, what you have is that essentially on the right-hand side, capital and labor pulled together, 2% growth. So here it is, you have your income growing by 1%, but those other the factors of production now growing by 2%. What does it mean? Negative total factor productivity. Yes? Because remember, the equation must balance out. But there's a problem with this equation, and one for which I know there are people in the room who will be doing research on this in the future, so you have to be very careful. During the pandemic, I was in a presentation, or rather seminar, and a diagram similar to the one I have on the slide came up. There are 3 lines. The heavy black line is Jamaica. The line which is dotted and looks like a mountain range or sort of, that's Trinidad. And then the line that is continuing, that's trending continually upwards, is the United States. the person doing the presentation was talking about Trinidad and Tobago. And I looked at the graph. The graph represents total factor productivity, the same thing I spoke about, the same thing that we obsess about. And I shook my head. Because what you will see on that diagram is this huge, you see a huge drop after the 70s. Let me get this up here. And then you see this increase after the 90s. And by the time you got to 2006, 2007, you see this precipitous decline in the diagram. What is going on there? Did the people in Trinidad suddenly become lazy, unproductive? Was it all about bacchanal and soca and no more work? No. What was obvious to me is oil prices. So here it is, you have people still going out, still working, maybe even harder than before. But because of fluctuations in oil prices, we have that. And I'm not saying that we totally discard these measures. I mean, they're useful, but we must understand the full story. All right? So this thing bothered me. And I went looking. And I found this. I did say it was going to be controversial, right? So here we have total factor productivity again, but this is what is called a welfare relevant total factor productivity diagram. And here we see a different scenario for Jamaica. The United States, there's not much change there. In fact, the line here, or the information in this diagram and the diagram before, what you will find is that it's, the correlation is about 0.99. Comparing this graph and the other one for Jamaica, the correlation is about 0.1. For Trinidad, about 0.3. So what is this graph about? What is it saying? Now, the welfare-relevant total factor productivity approach talks about, or uses the absorption approach. What does that mean? It does not distinguish between whether the goods and services consumed are produced in Jamaica or imported. Now, if you look at the United States, like I said before, the welfare-relevant TFP and the traditional TFP are highly correlated. No surprise there. The United States is a relatively closed economy. It has everything it needs, including Jamaicans. That was a joke. You know, no? All right, I'll move on. Yeah. Yeah, man. Right. So, because it had, and you know, in terms of having all it needs, you can think of energy resources. Little known fact, you know, the United States consumes around 20% of world energy resources, you know, oil and natural gas, and it produces close to that. In fact, around the time when Obama was about to leave office, the United States became a net, you know, producer net exporter of energy resources. Doesn't necessarily mean that they actually exported more, but the fact is that they were, you know, able to satisfy their needs. We all know too that what the Americans do is to stockpile their oil. Yes, they're not going to be caught off guard by anyone. But coming back to the point of this welfare-relevant diagram, what you will see there is no longer this story about the continuous decline in productivity here in Jamaica. Now, why am I bringing this controversial point up? As I said before, ultimately, when we talk about total factor productivity and we talk about growth, it's all about what? Us, about people, right? And when you think about it, you find, I think everyone in this room has a relative, has friends who are abroad, right? So Jamaica has been exporting its most valuable resource, its people, for decades. Shouldn't you get some monies for that? When you send the coffee abroad and the sugar, you get payment for it, right? It's the same thing with people, no? So you send them abroad, and you get back remittances. So you can buy all the fancy iPhones. Sorry, Samsung people. Yes, iPhones and iPads and the like. Yeah? So I like this diagram, and I would encourage anyone, if you need more information on it. It's from the Penn World Tables, and the Penn World Tables is a very elaborate database with things other than what I'm presenting here this afternoon. But let me move on. Right. So in terms of resolving the issue of low productivity in Jamaica, there are 7 things I have listed there, and I deliberately, I like the number 7. The number 7 represents completion, right? So I like to stop at 7 whenever I'm doing these lists. Of the 7, there are 6 things there which I would suggest are concerned with things at the firm level, the micro level. And then the final point on multi-sectoral cooperation, that would be, macro level things. And the 6 items there, I'm not going to go through all of them. And you might say, these are basic things. Yes, they are basic things. Because when we talk about productivity, regardless of what type of new technologies we have, right? There's some basic things that we have to do. One of the overarching things myself and Christine would have discussed was the issue of culture. There clearly needs to be a change in the culture. And you've heard it this morning. Culture in terms of how we approach productivity. How do we approach innovation? Whose business is innovation? There was at one point, I think every year, and I could be corrected on this, I think the JPC has different slogans they use every year. The one I remember and actually thought it was a permanent slogan was that productivity is everybody's business. So from the man and woman on the shop floor to the executive upstairs, productivity is everybody's business. Some of the older persons in the room would know of the book, How to Influence People and build and make friends. I'm not sure if I got the title correct. By Dale Carnegie, How to Make Friends and Influence People. Thank you, Prof. Yes. One of the things Dale Carnegie would have noted is that, look, when it comes to an executive or a manager dealing with a worker, one of the simple things you can do is not to say, John, go do X, Y, Z. John, go do A. No. John has been working at the place for a long time, probably even longer than the manager. Yes? Why not ask him? Say, well, look, how would you do X, Y, Z? Give me some recommendations. Now, if John makes a recommendation, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to ensure that he doesn't fail. Right? He's going to work harder than if you're directing him all the time. So on that list of things, you'll see things like, how do we create soft skills? And I recognize time is upon me. So I'll just jump to the last bit of controversy. Right, so today we are told that, and no offense to the JPC team, yes, but in preparing for this presentation, I had written up this thing, and then I realized, oh boy, this might cause some trouble. So the JPC is celebrating 20 years, right? Well, actually, it's celebrating 20 years at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. The history of this unit, quote unquote, dates back all the way to 1966, right? But what you found over time, though, was that, and it started out in what was then called the Jamaica Industrial Development Corporation, which was then replaced, I think, around the late 80s into the 90s by JAMPRO, right? So that is where the JPC started out, with funding from the UNDP, right? I'm not sure as to all the facts, but it became defunct, right? JAMPRO in 1990, again, UNDP came, the unit was rejuvenated. And then flash forward to 2003, the Caribbean International Labour Organization office, through the Promalco program, saw the rejuvenation of the JPC. So the present incarnation is as a result of that initiative, that ILO initiative, all right? And that explains why it's at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. That's why it has a tripartite board, for example. The controversial things I want to throw to you are, and I'm way over time, one, perhaps we should consider moving the JPC to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. No offense to the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, but I think a unit like this needs to be given the prominence it requires. Productivity is everybody's business. As for the board, I would add two other segments of society: civil society and academia. Yes? I'll stop there. And my sincere apologies for going so far over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brathwaite, for that controversial and educational presentation. You know, at the JPC, we don't shy away from controversy as long as it brings us to a point of discussion where we can advance productivity. Now, I have a few questions here from the audience. So I'll throw out the first question to Dr. Fernando Santiago. And the question says, do you think it is better to prioritize productivity from AI since its benefits should trickle down in increased efficiencies?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I cannot start my video, but thank you. I mean, this is a question that requires a little bit more of thinking in the sense of, you know, many of these technologies are new, and we are trying to understand really where are they used, how they are used, and how do we capture those, you know, the results of those technologies. I don't think there is here an idea of prioritizing things. You know, I think, let me just connect to the talk of the previous speaker, and which I think is also very important. That, you know, in the end, productivity is not everything. I mean, if we go back to the work of Krugman, you know, and we are obsessed by productivity, where maybe there are other issues that we need to be concerned. So in this case, for example, we need to understand how AI and other technologies in this group can improve efficiencies and productivity of firms, but we also need to be aware of the risks. And that is where I would say the balance is the most important. It's not just setting the priority in terms of, you know, these technologies are going to do everything for us. We understand that these technologies will work in a particular context and in a particular set of firms, which may or may not be, you know, ready to engage with some of these technologies. So it's not something that, as many people might want to think, that, you know, it's something that you just introduce to the company and this will start producing results. We need to really be careful in understanding how these technologies are applied and how we can actually harness some of the benefits, but also understand some of the challenges that this may imply for companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santiago. I'll throw the next question to Dr. Brathwaite. Dr. Brathwaite, you indicated that we must focus on human welfare as we increase productivity. And we understand that increasing productivity really only matters if it's increasing the standard of living of our citizens, right? So the question asked, do you think it is possible to achieve maximum human welfare if we are fully incorporating AI?
Yeah, most certainly. When it comes to AI, and I think us, everyone in this room today should leave less fearful. I hope I'm not wrong, but I get the sense. I think the more we talk about these things, the more we understand what they can do, the more we understand their limitations, the better off we can be. Yes? I mean, take for example, you don't want to be in a workplace which is toxic, right? No one wants to be there. Yes? So I'm saying this to say, if you're in a workplace and, down the hall is this massive computer system that, with some expensive artificial intelligence technology, you might not engage with it because you're fearful, because you're stressed and all of that, yeah? But with better understanding and appreciation for technologies, yes? Understanding how it can make you become more efficient as an individual, then surely, I mean, if it means going home an hour earlier, surely that's good for your welfare, yes? That's how I would answer that question. I hope I didn't miss the point. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Brathwaite. I have another question here for Dr. Santiago. Can you please expound on the biases that technology can create for women?
Thank you. That's an area where there's a lot of discussion. Thank you for the question, right? For discussion. Some of the examples that you can find, for example, is when you go for certain activities or professions and you go online, for example, LinkedIn or some of those networks or those tools that are online to apply for jobs. And if you ask for some of the profiles, for particular profiles, for traditionally, say, a profile where there is a women, and there is mostly men, right? And it's also well known that some of those, when you ask about the profile, the machine will deliver you a profile that is basically, biased against women because, the data that's been used there. Although now there's a little improvement, there are cases where, the profile that is being sent back to you is really about a profile of a traditional, not only man, but most likely in some countries where these studies have been developed, is actually a white man, middle-aged, a certain level of education, certain profile. So this is because the machine is learning from the database that you have inputted to that. So some of these activities might be, when it's the statistics. If the probability of finding certain profiles is there, the machine is going to pick it up. As I said, some of these biases are known. Some of these biases are being addressed by, the computer scientists and people who are programming these activities. But we see not only that in certain cases you can also identify. I remember very, very well cases where, certain profiles who is likely to commit a crime. If you're a criminal and you are released, some of the machines, I will tell you, people who are in sort of impoverished places, because normally there's a police and there's more incidents of crime. Yeah, but this is not necessarily the case, and we know some of these studies are trying to put the point on the risk of these technologies raising some of these biases and inequalities simply because of the basis from the way they are drawing the data.
Thank you, Dr. Santiago. So I have the last question for this session, and it goes to Dr. Brathwaite. Dr. Brathwaite, you highlighted that information is really only as good as the data that's being used to present it. So you mentioned that we need to focus more on human welfare. Someone is asking, why don't we use more people metrics?
Excellent question. And how I would answer it, this is a point I didn't get to make because I was rambling on about those graphs that I'm actually proud of, I suppose. But when it comes to measuring productivity, one of the things we decided on very early was that, look, while it is important to have measurements that you can use for international comparison, what is most important is for individuals, including households, and most definitely firms, to arrive at their own measurements, right? So if you want to, take a people-centered approach, you can do that. You don't have to hold this view that, okay, we shouldn't do this because, the World Bank or the IMF is not doing it. No. At the end of the day, what is important is that you build a culture of measurement. What gets measured gets done. You see? I'll give you a quick example, if I may. You know at UE, well, not UE only, but universities in general, you either publish or perish, yes? So some years ago, I decided, it was 2019 actually, just before COVID hit, that, 2020, what I would do is try to write 500 words a day. I had an article to complete. And what I would do more than just having this metric, okay, I need 500 words a day, was to write it down. At the end of every day, how many words did I write? And of course, using a Word document, I can do this. January 1, how many words do you think I wrote? 0. Some folks came over, and that was the end of that. I'm not complaining, company is good. The important thing, though, is that I wrote down, well, okay, for the following day, here is my new target. And I kept doing that, and it worked. So I'm saying this, I give that example to say that we can decide on our own metrics. And I'll tell you what, Jamaica is creative, or Jamaicans are creative, rather. So whatever new metric we might see as useful given our context might soon be adopted by some other country, or even the same World Bank and the IMF that we revere, right? So I say yes, it can be done. Anything can be done once it's useful to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brathwaite. So it was wonderful having this discussion, the research presentations by Dr. Santiago and Dr. Brathwaite. We would actually look forward to hearing more research and more about your research in the future. Today, I believe that you hit on topics that are fundamental to the productivity challenges, not problems, that we have in Jamaica. It also speaks to the heart of the principles that we hold true at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security in terms of having a people-centered approach to boosting workplace productivity. We also recognize the importance and celebrate innovation and understand that we have to have the right adoption for technology as we go forward. And it was good to hear how we could make strides in this area from persons outside of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Thank you so much for listening to these presentations. Javon, turning it over back to you.
Thank you so much, Michaela, and thank you so much to our panelists, again, for sharing their very important message about some metrics that we need to look at. Of course, that applause is certainly warranted. We appreciate the picture you painted with the statistics and data, Dr. Brathwaite, and of course, your presentation, Senor Santiago de Paraguay. Thank you so much for joining us. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, after hearing so much about productivity and, of course, getting some tangible tools and items and some metrics to look back at, we are moving straight into the rest of our program, which includes another giveaway. So I want you to bring up your Slido. And just in case you aren't there yet, let me just give the winner of our previous giveaway for the question that was asked earlier. And the answer was C, an increase in labor productivity by 14%. And that was making reference to a study by Stanford MIT. And the answer is, it refers to an increase in labor productivity by 14%. And our winner is Barry Joe Lawrence. Where's Barry Joe? Where are you? Congratulations, Barry Joe. So you can give her a round of applause. She gave the right answer, and clearly you have your research skills intact. Productive approach being taken there by you to ensure that you found the answer. So we have another giveaway on Slido, and this question is, which of these Jamaican industries had the most growth in labor productivity in 2022? Which of these Jamaican industries had the most growth in labor productivity in 2022? And the options are the finance and insurance activities industry, electricity, gas and water supply, manufacturing and agriculture. So A, finance and insurance activities, B, electricity, gas and water supply, C, manufacturing, and D, agriculture. Of course, if you're just joining us, the Slido QR code is on your screen. And for those of you here, just go to the Slido website or the application and input the code 103592 and you can get access to being able to give your responses. And you have 2 minutes within which to do that. With that said, we've had over the years, and Tamar said earlier that this would be the third iteration of the innovation competition. Are we excited about that? Yes. You've heard about the innovation competition? Yes. I'm sure we have participants here as well. And now we're at the award segment of our show. So the Innovation Competition Awards is about to take place, and that competition has been taking place for 3 years. And this afternoon, we are going to be announcing our winners. But before we do that, to give an overview of the innovation competition, what it's all about, and so much more, I invite Mrs. Colette Barham, our administrative manager at the JPC, to give an overview of the competition and, of course, a review of last year's competition. But before we have that overview, I have one more special guest who is going to come. So I now invite Raheem Bell, Productivity Specialist at the Jamaica Productivity Center, to make his way for presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so following Dr. Brathwaite's presentation, I have a bit of a challenge because I want to do better than what he did. But before I start, I'll have to, of course, acknowledge our moderator, the Minister, Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr., our State Minister, Dr. Honorable Dunn, Dr. Norman Dunn, our Permanent Secretary, our outgoing Chairman of the Advisory Board, also our outgoing members of the Advisory Board, our CTDs, Tamar Nelson and Deon Jennings, the Ambassador, Dushan Savadia, the resident representative of JICA, our participating experts, our distinguished guests, and our many viewers online. So today I stand before you to talk about a subject that affects all aspects of our lives, productivity. It's not just a buzzword. It is the fundamental driver of success, growth, and fulfillment. Whether in our personal lives or within our organization, productivity holds the key to unlocking our true potential. I'd ask, what is productivity? But for the course of the day, we've had about maybe 5 different definitions. So we'll just work with those. In a world that is constantly evolving and becoming more competitive, productivity has become a defining factor for individuals and businesses alike. It is the difference between simply surviving and thriving. It is the catalyst for progress and innovation. To truly embrace productivity, we must start by setting clear goals. We need to know where we are heading and what we want to achieve. Goals provide us with a sense of direction, enabling us to prioritize our efforts and make the most of our resources. Next, we need to master the art of time management. Time is a finite resource, and how we use it determines our productivity. We must learn to prioritize tasks, eliminate distractions, and focus on what truly matters. By maximizing our time, we can achieve more in less time, causing a ripple effect of success. To feel productivity, we must also take care of our physical and mental well-being. It is important to find a balance between work and life to recharge our batteries and nurture our health. When we are at our best, we can perform at our best. Productivity is not a one-time achievement, it is a continuous journey. We must be willing to embrace change, adopt new technologies, methods, and constantly seek ways to optimize our processes. By challenging the status quo and embracing innovation, we can uncover new efficiencies and stay ahead of the game. Here at the Jamaica Productivity Center, our Technical Assistance Services Unit is armed with a team of professionals with backgrounds in economics, industrial engineering, operation management, information technology, energy management, auditing, just to name a few. Our highly skilled and diverse team offers a range of programs such as productivity audits, tailored workshops, consultancy, and overall productivity education and awareness sessions. After all, it is our mission to assist the nation to be more productive, innovative, and competitive through productivity advocacy. So I'm going to ask for your attention. I have a story to share. So if you could just please look at the monitor, please.
In recent years, their profits had dwindled, and their once loyal customer base started to shrink. The owners, Patricia and Maurice, were perplexed by their declining success and knew that something had to change if they were to save their beloved business. One day, Patricia stumbled upon an article about the Jamaica Productivity Center, JPC, and their expertise in conducting productivity audits for struggling companies. She was intrigued and saw a glimmer of hope. Patricia shared her findings with Maurice, and they both agreed that it was worth a shot. They contacted the JPC, and soon enough, a team from the Technical Assistance Services Unit, TASU, was scheduled to visit Bloom & Company. On the day of the audit, the JPC team arrived, led by Colin Turner, a seasoned professional with a wealth of experience. Patricia and Maurice welcomed them with optimism, desperate for answers to their business woes. As they toured the premises, Colin and his team observed the workflow, interviewed employees, and meticulously examined every aspect of Bloom & Company's operations. The audit report came as a wake-up call for Patricia and Maurice. It outlined the various areas where their business was operating inefficiently. The report revealed that their production processes were disorganized, leading to delays and mistakes. Additionally, they had been using outdated equipment that hampered productivity. Their inventory management was chaotic, resulting in wastage and financial losses. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Patricia and Maurice were determined to turn things around. They devised an action plan in collaboration with the JPC team, outlining the necessary changes to be made. It involved restructuring their workflows, investing in modern machinery, and implementing effective inventory management systems. With renewed enthusiasm, Patricia and Maurice gathered their employees and shared the audit findings and their plans for improvement. There was initially some resistance and skepticism, but as Patricia and Maurice explained the benefits and opportunities that awaited them, the team gradually embraced the changes. The transformation was not easy, required dedication, hard work, and patience from everyone at Bloom & Company. The employees had to adapt to new procedures and learn how to use the advanced equipment. The JPC offered Patricia and Maurice training programs and workshops to support their staff through the transition. As weeks turned into months, the positive impact of the changes became apparent. The production floor buzzed with newfound efficiency. Delays and errors were significantly reduced, leading to increased customer satisfaction. The new machinery allowed for faster production, meeting the growing demand. The inventory management system ensured that the right products were in stock, minimizing waste and maximizing profits. Word quickly spread about the revitalization of Bloom & Company. Customers returned, and new ones flocked to experience the exceptional quality and timely delivery of their ceramics. As the story of Bloom and Company spread far and wide, it inspired other businesses, not just in their town but across the region, to seek out the services of the Jamaica Productivity Center. The ripple effect of their transformation resonated, igniting a wave of change and efficiency that breathed new life into struggling businesses and ultimately contributed to the economic growth of the entire community. Patricia and Maurice were grateful to the JPC for their expertise and guidance. They shared their success story in local business forums, encouraging others to take advantage of the resources available to them. They became advocates for productivity improvement, emphasizing the importance of recognizing inefficiencies and embracing change. Bloom and Company became a shining example of how a small business, on the brink of collapse, could rise above adversity. Through the productivity audit and their willingness to learn and adapt, they had discovered the secrets to success. Their story became a symbol of hope, illustrating that even in the face of adversity, with the right expertise, dedication, and a commitment to continuous improvement, companies can rise above their challenges and achieve sustainable growth and success. And so, the small business that was once operating inefficiently had discovered the power of productivity, enabling them to rebuild, thrive, and create a brighter future for themselves and others.
All right, so this story is a testament to the power of productivity as well as productivity audits. But it also highlights the immense potential within each of us. We all have the capacity to be more productive, to achieve greatness in our personal and professional lives. This video, while it might just narrowly miss the Emmy or the Oscar award, this video was also a nod to my colleagues who presented earlier on AI technology, as the video was generated by AI. And this is just another example of how AI technology can be used to be creative and innovative in a bid to be productive. So I urge you all to embrace productivity as a way of life. Set clear goals, manage your time wisely, collaborate with others, prioritize self-care, and be open to change. Let productivity be the driving force behind your success and fulfillment. In conclusion, productivity is the key to unlock our true potential. It empowers us to achieve more, reach new heights, and make a positive impact on the world. Embrace productivity, and let it be the guide to paving pathways for a prosperous nation. Thank you.
Give him a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for his presentation and also showcasing the fact that, of course, you can use artificial intelligence again to produce some outputs. That video, as he said, was fully generated by AI, so not much time being spent there to technical edit and so on. But of course, we look forward to even more discussions, including you reaching out to the Jamaica Productivity Center to find out how you can get your own assessment and productivity tools tailored for your space. So it's now time for our very special Innovation Competition Awards, and to give the overview at this time of that competition and, of course, a review of what came out of the competition and event, I invite Colette Barham, Administrative Manager of the JPC, to do that overview. Please make her welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for being here. What is innovation? Innovation usually involves a fresh perspective on something that already exists. Taking an idea and considering how it can create a positive impact in a new and better way. At the inception of our productivity competition in 2021, the productivity competition requested that persons submit essay entries of ideas that would improve productivity at any level. They were asked how their ideas improved productivity, identified their target audience, and identified the resources needed to implement the idea. They were also asked to create a poster supporting the said idea. This year was likewise an expansion of the same. However, we added a different dimension. So this year we had an innovation competition and an innovator competition. One speaks to the business sector and one to innovation. This was indeed a competitive year, and it speaks to how creative our people are. And we're grateful and we're thankful to all the participants who took their time to participate in our competition. The categories were judged based on originality, productivity, reach of the initiative, clarity, visual appeal, how compelling and the potential reach it could have. This year, we actually had a three-way tie in the innovation competition, which again went through another series of rigorous, independent judgment. At this time, a decision was reached and we came out with a winner, a second place awardee, and we had a tie for 2 third places. So we indeed have created a creative environment with persons who have the capacity to really come up with some outstanding ideas. And the certificates will be awarded this year, and these are the participants: to Dane McGibbon, Casey Richards, Sherry Williams, Cecino White, Barry Joe Lawrence, Dejanelle Mullins, Novel Mendez and Claudine Reed, Denise Peart, Floyd James and Fong, Canute Clark, Javier Wilson, Troy Martin and Christoph Watson, RSS Natural Delights, Smart Choice Solutions, Black Ink Images and Signs Limited, Digital Hour, Star Apple AI, Next Step Lifelong Educational Services, and those are the list of our persons who participated. So again, thank you.
Thank you so much. So it all now comes down to this: the big announcement of the awards, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll start off with the People's Choice Award. Before I make the grand announcement, however, I invite Andrew Mighty, Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission representative, to make your way, sir, on the stage. The person who was chosen for the People's Choice Award is... Can I get an imaginary drum roll, please, or an actual one from the tables? Those of you online, give me a drum roll. It goes to Smart Task by Barry Joe Lawrence. So invite Barry Joe, make your way on stage to collect your award. Keep that applause going for her. So Barry Jo there collecting as she's the winner of the People's Choice Award. Now for our next award, thank you so much, sir. I invite CTD Jennings. Kindly make your way up as we have our third place team. And in this situation, in fact, there are two third place teams. So congratulations to both. So the first team being awarded for third place is Digitalawa for iThriver Work and Travel Agencies Productivity CRM. Where are they? Make your way, please. Keep that applause going as this presentation is being done by CTD Jennings. So we had our People's Choice Award going to Barry Jo Lawrence, representing Smart Task. And now we have our first third place prize going to Digitalawa for iThriver. And which group will get the next award? Anyone willing to guess? No? No guesses? All right, nobody not working with me. No worries. I'm going to make the announcement nonetheless. So I'm asking all the awardees just to be on standby. We're going to have photo opportunities a little later on. We're just going to go through the presentations at this time. As our next third place team is this team. In third place is Crest Labs. I want to make sure I get it right. It's for the Science Set Notebook, Unleashing Productivity for STEM Students. And we congratulate them on their award. Coming with the second and first place announcement momentarily. So I'm going to need some more of those drum rolls that we had earlier. That's the warm-up, man. We're not ready for the drum roll yet. I'll tell you when we need the drum roll, but you're working with me. You're working with me now. Congratulations as we head to our second place team. This team, ladies and gentlemen, has a focus on energy and economics. Any guess? Well, since you're not guessing, I'm going to go ahead. Our second place team includes Canute Clark, Javier Wilson, Troy Martin, and Christoph Watson for an economic analysis of renewable energy systems at UTech. Are they here? Well, it seems like they're absent, so we say congratulations to them, our second place team. And now for the big announcement. This is where I will need the drum roll. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner of this year's innovation competition is the team led by Dane McGibbon for JamChat, custom AI chatbots for Jamaican businesses. Is there a representative from Stewart's Automotive, or sponsor here? Representative from Stewart's Automotive? Stewart's? All right. We can have them in for the photo opportunity, but a big round of applause for our winner, Dane McGibbon, for JamChat, custom AI chatbots for Jamaican businesses. And I'm sure you'd want to have some conversations with him a little later on. But I mean, don't go anywhere, Dane. We have you give a quick speech. Tell us a little bit about your program in a minute and a half. So just tell us a little bit about it and say a few words.
Hi, good afternoon. I know you're probably all AI'd out. You know, this has been the buzzword for today, but I'll try to keep it brief. So thank you for the Jamaica Productivity Center for giving me this opportunity to speak about my little productivity passion project. JamChat is an AI chatbot based on the same technology that runs ChatGPT. It is made specifically for Jamaican businesses and for their needs. It can be a customer service agent, your salesperson, PR representative, anything you need. It can also speak 50 languages, including Jamaican Patois. I think that makes it especially suited for a tourism industry. I came up with the idea after trying and failing to call an office. I'm not going to say which office. About 10 to 15 times to get some information, and I never got through. I know these offices are busy and the staff may be overwhelmed, but I just knew there was a better way. In JamChat, I created Jamaican chatbots that could know everything about the organization and speak to 1,000 people at once. It would answer quickly, politely, and concisely every single time. I think it will save all of us a lot of time, and even in the commercial sense, it will help customers make that purchasing decision even faster. So I know the concerns. I know what you're thinking. This thing is going to take all of our jobs. I know why you would feel that way, but I don't see it that way. I think I've created JamChat as a companion, not a replacement, something to make us more efficient at our job, to do with the repetitive information heavy tasks that we can choose to focus on the complex and creative tasks. I think this little tool could really transform Jamaica. So I'd like to leave you by saying, let me not talk too much. I created a website where you can try JamChat for yourself. It's called JamChatDemo, that's DEMO.com. Please test it out, stress it out, and let me know what you think. Thank you.
Certainly, and I'm sure you're looking forward to that feedback to see how you can improve where it needs be, and I'm sure you'll have some business opportunities coming out of that. So congratulations. At this time, we have another special award, and I invite Mr. Colin Turner to make his way to the platform as we prepare to announce the JPC's Productivity Innovation of the Year Award. And this one, I need a big drum roll as well. So the entity that is receiving the JPC's Productivity Innovation of the Year Award 2023 is Star Apple AI. So I invite our friend from Star Apple to collect and then make your way to the lectern for brief remarks. Round of applause for him as he comes to make brief remarks.
All right, thank you, everybody. I'll be brief. AI. Yeah, that's what we've been hearing for the past couple of months. So I'm Adrian Dunkel. I'm the founder of Star Apple AI, Jamaica's first AI firm. We've been around a couple of years. And our innovation is a program called Rigel. So very similar to your chatbot. Pretty much through adversity and limitation, innovation, I think, thrives. So we have a very small team, under 10 people. We had 5 events. We couldn't all be there at once, so we just developed an AI avatar that could talk to persons, collect leads, play games with you, and then qualify the leads before our actual sales team got involved. But it was not meant, again, to replace our team members, right? The idea was they could get more leads quickly, have a better understanding of them, what their wants and their needs are, and then be able to delight them. That's really important. So efficiency is one thing, but you need to make sure that your customers are as delighted as possible. Thank you very much. I think I'm over time. All right. Good? You got it?
Thank you so much, Adrian Dunkley from Star Apple AI. And of course, we look forward to even more innovations coming from you and your team. We have some very special recognition awards to hand out. And at this time, I invite a representative to come forward as we make these very special presentations. But before we do that, Tamar Nelson, our Chief Technical Director, is online, and she has a very special presentation to make at this time.
Congratulations to all our participants in the Innovator and the Innovation competitions. It was truly exciting this year, and we look forward to even more innovations going into the future. So congratulations and hats off to you for those amazing submissions. We wish we could have, given awards to everyone today. But I think your good work will continue to prevail. And thank you to CTD Jennings for so ably handing out those awards for us today. And of course, our sponsors, Anti-Dumping Authority and Stewards Auto, thank you for your support and on this initiative today. So this segment is dedicated to some special awards, and it's organized in a way, or is organized for us to recognize the exceptional contributions of individuals who have supported productivity and national development over the years. And we want to honor some persons who have sincerely committed themselves to the productivity agenda. They are what I would call some outstanding citizens who have supported JPC over the years through board of advisors, the productivity ambassadors, friends of productivity, or just persons who are just passionate about productivity. And if I were to have a list of those persons, I wouldn't stop reading for a week. But today we are going to just have a few that will be recognized at this time. And these awards really serve as a reminder of the importance of hard work, dedication, and collaboration for achieving our shared objectives. But as I mentioned some special people today, I couldn't, I want to bring to attention someone who unfortunately wouldn't be here to join us today. That is our former CTD of the JPC, Dr. Charles Douglas, who passed late last year. Now, Dr. Douglas was one who was very passionate about everything he did and played an outstanding role in developing and implementing transformative initiatives, particularly measurement methodologies and systems for productivity improvement, both at the national level and within organizations, whether private or public. He worked for over 30 years in various organizations supporting economic development and research. These included the Sugar Industry Research Institute, the Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, the Research and Macroeconomics Programming Division of the BOG, just to name a few. And he joined as Executive Director of the JPC back in 2005 and made significant contributions to the development of the center for 13 years until his retirement in 2018. Now, Dr. Douglas was a diligent, dedicated, and energetic public servant who showed utmost devotion to improvement, particularly in agriculture, productivity, and economic growth. Now, many of his counterparts would refer to him as their development practitioner, predicated on the ease at which he would discharge his concepts on how to influence the designs and conducts of many social and economic research to support productivity implementation and development. Now, he developed a repertoire of knowledge that included the expertise in forecasting key macroeconomic and social variables that was both of interest to both private and public sector decision makers, including GDP, inflation, labor force indicators, productivity indicators, among other things. But he passionately advocated for productivity measurement and benchmarking at all levels. And during his tenure at JPC, Dr. Douglas tirelessly advocated for and instituted systems to promote, enhance, and build capacity toward an improved productivity state in Jamaica. So we celebrate you, Dr. Douglas, and thank you for your contributions. Please give him a round of applause.
Certainly may his soul rest in peace. We also have some special recognition awards to hand out this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And to assist me in doing this, I invite Colin Turner, Senior Director at the JPC, to join me on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first special award goes to our outgoing chairman, Mr. Anthony Hyde. In his absence, we want to give him a special shout out, so please give him a round of applause. We have a very special recognition award going to him, but in his absence, we acknowledge him and we say thank you so much for your contribution, sir. As we also recognize Professor Neville Ying for his contribution, ladies and gentlemen. And Professor Ying is here, so we invite him to join us on stage to collect his special award. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes. Professor Neville Ying, name known to many for his contribution to many facets of Jamaican society, and we thank you, sir, for your continued work.
So, Professor Ying.
So we're getting those photo opportunities in, and we have one more very special award to come. And this one is going to one of the JPC's supporters over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, this special award goes to the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and I invite the representative here, Tomoko Ashiara. Please make her welcome. I got a nod, so it means I got it right. And she's accepting on behalf of Mr. Kawasaki, who is the volunteer coordinator. So thank you so much for your work. Please give JICA a round of applause as we thank them for their hard work and contributions. Congratulations and thank you so much. Adding to thank yous, it's my absolute pleasure to invite Jonathan Isaac, Senior Productivity Specialist at the JPC, to give the official thank yous as we bring to an end this afternoon's program. Make him welcome, please.
Minister of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr., State Minister of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, outgoing Chairman of the Advisory Board of the Jamaica Productivity Center, Mr. Anthony Hyde, our Chief Technical Directors, Mrs. Tamara Nelson, and Mrs. Dion Jennings, and other members of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Ambassador Dushyant Savyada, founder and CEO of Amber Group, resident representative of the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Ms. Tomoko Ashihara, and of course the participating experts, Ms. Adrienne Pinnock, Manager Corporate Communications and Public Relations at the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, Mr. Jonathan Roberts, Production Manager, Crevia, Dr. Fernando Santiago, Industry Policy Officer at UNIDO, Dr. Samuel Brathwaite, Lecturer, University of West Indies, and Ms. Sharifa Powell, Consulting Project Manager at the NCC. Our distinguished guests and many viewers online, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us in celebrating World Productivity Day and for commemorating our 20th anniversary. Year after year, our team at the Jamaica Productivity Center works assiduously to prepare events and reach out to our public. This is no exception here today. Thank you to all our staff members, every staff member, and also to our interns who have worked in playing their part and continue to play their part in supporting productivity improvement. I think that deserves a round of applause to our team as well as our interns. As we bring the curtains down on today's event, we remember the late Dr. Charles Douglas, our former executive director, for his significant contributions to the center and the productivity agenda in Jamaica. The JPC thanks the Public Relations Department of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for their tremendous support in fulfilling or assisting us to fulfill our mandate, even here and beyond. The JPC is also particularly grateful for the support of our past minister, the Honorable Carl Samuda, and our current minister, the Honorable Pearnel Charles Jr., and the State Minister, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn. Additionally, we appreciate the continuous support of our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden. Let us give again a round of applause. We're also grateful for our speakers and panelists for giving us their time and sharing their knowledge. Their contributions today were also integral to achieving and sustaining productivity growth. We thank everyone who competed in our productivity innovation competition. Congratulations, of course, to Dane McGibbon for his entry and winning with JamChat. We also congratulate the 2023 Productivity Innovator of the Year Award from Star Apple. Every entrant has made our competition possible. Each has pushed the country's productivity potential even further. Thanks to the experts who graciously offered their time to judge the competition. We are immensely grateful. Once again, we want to thank JICA and also Professor Neveling and Anthony Hyde for their tireless support over the years. We thank our sponsors, Stewart's Auto and the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission. In addition, we would like to extend our gratitude to the media houses, JNN, Power 106, for capturing today's proceedings. Your support has been critical to us holding this iteration of the 20th anniversary of World Productivity Day. And of course, special thanks to our host today, Turnover Hotel, as well. As we close today's event, please remember that our work continues beyond World Productivity Day. We are here at the center to serve you through our core processes and services, which include productivity assessments, research and measurement, tailored capacity building and trainings as well. We look forward to forging partnerships to enhance productivity and goals of our nation, Jamaica. You can also look forward to our publication of the Jamaica Productivity Center's quarterly briefing. And also, we look forward to seeing your organization shine and hope you will celebrate World Productivity Day with us next year. Thank you again, and we look forward to your continued support. And remember, productivity is everybody's business. Thank you.
Thank you so much for extending those very well-deserved thank yous. And let me take the opportunity as well to thank those of you who are our very special guests joining us here in person, and those of you online, those who've stayed with us on JNN, on YouTube, and other platforms. Now, just before we wrap up, quickly, let me give you the winner of our last Slido giveaway, which was looking at the industry with the most growth in 2022. And that winner, well, the answer was, in fact, the agriculture industry. And the winner is Jameek Johnson. Jameek, if you're here, congratulations. Give her a round of applause, please. And therefore, with that said, it's been a wonderful day of insightful discussions, lots of knowledge passed on to all of us here. I know certainly I learned a lot. And with that, we have to continue the conversation afterwards. Please feel free to reach out to the Jamaica Productivity Center, find out much more information about how you can add to the productivity discussion. And of course, if you want your own productivity assessments to be done, and of course, tailored programs for your own organization, please feel free to reach out to them. You can email them at jpc@mlss.gov.jm. You can also call them at 876-922-1598. Follow them on social media as well, on Instagram at Jamaica Productivity, Twitter at ProductivityJA, Facebook at Jamaica Productivity Center, and of course, we say thank you so much for all that you have all of you who've participated and for all of you who've spent time with us. Now, I know I have here at the end a final wrap-up presentation. However, at this time, we have to go. So